Hello! Hi, gorgeous people. I love you so much. Welcome to my channel. I do all self-love related readings. My name is Courtney. Okay, and I'm really excited because this month is March, and spring is my favorite season, and we are so fucking back. So this reading is going to be about what is blooming in your life this spring and also into the warmer seasons, okay? And the reason I like doing that is because I myself find, I wouldn't exactly call it a forecast because it's not going to be like a week by week, day by day thing. I'm not that crazy, but I do myself enjoy pulling like every 3 months or so. So like I pulled them in November, and I have like 4 cards I go back and look at sporadically throughout that season to like give me direction and like let me know like what's coming up and like what like themes and parts of my life to really pour energy into. So I wanted to do the same kind of thing for anybody who comes across this video, and you could find it the spring of 2030 or the spring of 2026 when I'm posting this, but hopefully it has something in it for you, reminds you you're doing so much better than you think you are, helps you get back in touch with yourself if you need it, and just feels good and warm. I'm here to give you some love and some clarity. If you want to go ahead and pick your pile, you totally can. I do love to yap a little bit more. I call it my magical girl pep talk, okay? I want to empower you. And today something I want to talk about is like, okay, so like the world is a mess right now. You know it, I know it, everybody know it, okay? If you are a creative out there, or if you are doing any sort of thing where you can organize community and share a perspective that makes the world better and makes people feel safe and grounded and like they have belonging. If you want to write, if you want to do a fundraiser at your law firm or something, whatever it is you feel like doing, whatever you contribute right now, don't keep on looking for signs and don't keep on looking for like confirmation that like you should do or not do this thing. If there's something you can do to better the world and you have the idea, it's something you should give a go on, okay? You hear me? If you can make the world better with an idea you have, don't wait, diva. Get up, okay? You little change maker, get up and do your thing. I love you so very much. Just kick your own butt and be like, hey, this is a great idea and I can help people. Come on, diva, get up. I love you so very much. But I am going to get into the reading overview, okay? So, of course, I have a little pink journal here. This one's fun. And we have how you're blooming this spring. I drew some roses and stuff because I love you. Yes. And we have, as always, our first card is always our overall energy check, so you can make sure this reading is for you, resonates with you. Our second card will be a seed you planted that will blossom before summer. So like this could be something you've been working on since fall, okay? But this is a manifestation or a gentle new habit you're trying to build in yourself, or something new you're trying to create at all in your life that you are really going to start to reap the benefits of or see change for the better by the summer. Your third card is going to be something healing from winter. Your fourth card is going to be your inner glow up coming with this bloom, okay? So fun. And the fifth card is going to be a way to nurture your body and your joy in the warmer seasons. Then, of course, We have our charms and oracles. I also will say I made a point today to dig out my crystal oracle deck, because something else I enjoy doing with that forecast I kind of do for myself every season is pulling a crystal card and carrying it around in my wristlet or in my bag, or working with it, keeping it by me while I read, whatever it is. And it's optional because it'll really just add something to the reading. But if you clicked here and you happen to be a crystal girl, that might be a nice one to work with. But as always, I here am about personal autonomy. I am delivering messages to make you feel good, and you can do whatever you want after. I am just so happy you're taking out time for yourself. But I am going to show you the piles. I'm using my Wicked Tarot because it has the green and the pink, but I was like green, pink, spring. So, right. But our first pile is going to be my pink and gold Rider-Waite Tarot with the little Rose Aura quartz heart. Our second pile is going to be this beautiful raw chunk of kunzite and the Wicked Tarot. And this third pile is going to be the My Melody Tarot and this beautiful gemmy, super clear rose quartz, okay? That one's gorgeous. It's got a ton of rainbows going through it. And I don't want you to overthink it. I want you to pick whatever one sounds like a yes. You know, if you accidentally pick one that doesn't resonate, try another one if you were drawn to it. If not, there may not be a message here for you today. But I love you so very much. And I hope even if you decide to watch all of them, you feel affirmed and loved and cared for. I love you so very much. Pick whatever feels right. And I will get into things. I love you, divas. Hello, beautiful pile number ones. Welcome to your reading. If you chose the pink and gold Rider-Waite and the little diva, that she is Aura Rose Quartz, welcome. So this is sort of going to be formatted like a happy, self-care oriented, self-love oriented, like 3-month forecast ahead for spring. Okay. And I'll be so for real with you, okay? Control 9 times out of 10 is like an illusion. But I do these for myself pretty much every season. And I will say it does help me to like see like what like themes are gonna be huge. And I also think it's so nice to be reminded that we are growing even when we're not conscious we're growing. You are doing things for you every day that are good for you, even if you don't know they're adding up, okay? And that's kind of what this is going to be about. Your next 3 months this spring, and like what positive changes you're going to be seeing during that time, okay? I love you. Thank you so much for carving out time for yourself. Settle in. Pause if you want. I have some like watered down OJ. You can do whatever you feel like doing. Just get comfortable, okay? It's girl time. It's girl talk. We're gonna chill. And I'm going to give you a reading, okay? So I love the crystal you picked. I'm going to put her right over there, okay? And I will also get our little reading overview just so I have it to reference the cards. I love to start every single pick a card I do with a energy chart because I think it takes the anxiety out of, is this going to resonate for me or not? So this should feel true to some experience you are having in your life right now, whatever card I pulled and interpret. If it resonates, it's for you. If it feels totally foreign to you, don't try to make it fit. This reading just may not be for you. But I I love you so very much. Let's start get to know each other and see what comes out for you, okay? I love this deck. By the way, sorry, my allergies are terrible because the seasons are changing here where I am. I'm in like the Midwest, not really, but kind of. Oh, I'll take those. I will take the Nine of Wands. So this is, and then I will take these as clarifying cards, I think. So for you, I got the Nine of Wands, but out that fell with it was also the Sun, the Eight of Pentacles, and the Devil. Let's see here. I think you are becoming aware of how rigid you keep the structures in your life, and that maybe you are driving yourself a little bit crazy. I think you have been waiting for mentorship, or for a relationship, or for people to come through on their promises. And because of that, the space that you have found control in, which is funny because I was just talking about this, is where things go for you, right? Where your career goes, how you manage the own thoughts in your head. You may be a little bit of a loner right now, and like taking your time, like getting back to texts and everything too, for some of you, I think. I don't want you to, if you are somebody, what's on the bottom of the deck here? Somebody is lying to themselves about not wanting a commitment, or trying to talk themselves out of a wish they once had. I do want to tell you that, like, even if you can't see it right now, and even like if this isn't what you want to hear right now, there's more fulfillment in this time in your life, focusing on what you can do for yourself. Okay, chasing that bag, taking care of your body, making new friends and finding community in ways that work for you. If you were in a time of change where you feel like you're leveling up, but like because you're leveling up, there's differences in what you want, and like, I feel like this might even be, you are looking closely at how other people are living their lives, and like you're on your own path, and you're like on your own journey because you are here. There's nobody else here. You are observing and trying to find satisfaction in your own right. I think you have satisfaction in your own life. But like, I don't know if you are totally fully present, and I don't know, I think instead of focusing on your potential and what you're doing, you're focusing on the thing you don't have, because people you know are moving forward in their lives in ways you're seeing you thought you would have that you're not. I think you've gotten something better, but something different than you thought you were going to have in your future 4 years ago or 5 years ago. And that's a lot to take in, right? Potential is a heavy thing to be carrying, especially like when things like did not turn out exactly the way we thought they would. And like, that can be overwhelming. I do want to say though, like, whatever you are doing that's self-driven now, because Wands is still a fast-moving state, I think you are still working subconsciously on creating a relationship with yourself because you're like, well, this is what I have. This is what's going on. I have me. I have me. And I know that this doesn't feel like hyper independence as much as it feels like going with the flow and following what comes naturally to you and following what feels natural, but like that's a little jarring because you just start on a different path than you once thought you would end up on. And I don't think you're unfulfilled, but you are like, well, everybody is like achieving these things I thought I would have at one point, and like I'm not getting them, but like I do have this. I want to tell you, like with the 9 of Wands here, there's something here about pausing and us slowing down and evaluating, but there's nothing here that says you're on the wrong path. I think you're doing everything right, and there's just a little bit of confusion about where you're at. Maybe not even confusion, just brain fog, because there's a lot of other voices and shoulds around you. You don't have to follow any of the shoulds. You just have to follow your own I should and I want, you know? But that is what I'm getting for this energy check. If that resonated, this reading is probably for you. Somebody else just got out of school, or like maybe you've been in school and you went back for like a master's or a PhD, and now you're like, okay, but like I have this thing that like I studied that like I care about, but the job field is like terrible right now. Like there's not something for me. Like I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like I didn't like have like a plan like for this part. That's gonna resonate for somebody. Me picking up on that as a sign. This is for you. I love you so very much. Anybody who's in a situation like that, where you are just at an impasse now that you've had some sort of achievement. But I love you so very much. You are going to figure things out, and you know what you want. I feel like there's just like external circumstances and evidence you still want that you're going to succeed. So you can kind of reaffirm this belief that you are in the right place. The evidence is coming, okay? But right now the evidence can be, I still have passion for this thing. I still want to make change in the world with this thing, so it's sacred for me. And like if it's sacred and not just something I have in my life, it's meaningful. So focus on what feels meaningful right now. But your second card is going to be a seed you planted that will blossom before summer. And like this could be, I don't know what's going to come out for your pile, but like this could be meeting new friends being something you wished for back in the fall, or a minor achievement on something you've been putting work into, a big achievement, a goal you've been working towards, that like you'll really feel fulfilled by the growth you make within it. If you want to go see a concert, maybe that'll come up. Whatever's here, whatever is something you've been wishing for or working at, that you have planted at some point. Could even be 2 years ago or something, whatever. But this is a seed you planted that is going to blossom before summer, okay? Let's see. Sorry, my allergies are like also terrible tonight. So we have the 5 of Cups, And this is moving on from, a moment of not crying over spilt milk, for somebody. And like, I know everybody, because I still think like we're moving towards it in our world, but something we still don't fully embrace within our culture is to feel our feelings. And like, even if something is insignificant to somebody, if you are a sensitive person, it can feel big for you. And I do think any sort of opportunity that you have had, and it feels pretty recent. There might be somebody you met through work or volunteering or community that you felt a connection with or you saw something with. Especially with this here about like you choosing your own direction because it doesn't seem like things are going to pan out how you once thought. This feels love related, but it really just feels like a disappointment from somebody we wanted to invest in. Something here that's going to happen for you is there's either going to be an apology movement or moving on with somebody you felt something with who like either like you can't be with for practical reasons, or you can't be with because they just don't seem to appreciate you. Whatever's going on, I think you are gonna do some healing around letting this go. I want to tell you it's okay to cry over spilt milk. If something was important to you and it was promising to you, it's okay to cry over spilt milk. But I do want to tell you, I think there's a possible friendship here with this person, because this pressure will be lifted off of your interactions with whoever this is, because you'll be like, oh, like this isn't gonna happen. I'm not participating in this. This person is really sweet, really kind. I have a lot in common with this person. There's still room for connection here. So I think if you have felt disempowered in your friendships, in your relationships, anything this year where you just felt like they knew something you didn't, or like, I don't know, or like you were out of the loop, or like you're starting to realize certain people don't respect you in the way you respect them. There's going to be a change here where I think you're going to have a healthier level of detachment, because you're going to be like, no, you know what? I don't feel like internalizing this and making this a shortcoming on my side somehow. When like things like really just like for whatever circumstantial reasons did not work out with this person. I don't need to make this person like me. I don't need to be liked. I don't need to bend over backwards to make plans if they don't want to with me. I think you are definitely up-leveling in confidence, or just protective of your energy and simplifying your life more, and like what you let get to you and what you let don't get to you, because I think you're going to be like, this is taking up my time and making me anxious and harming my relationship with myself. And like, I don't want to give this the power to like work up my nervous system. Not when like I can't control like if people want to connect with me or not. I can't control if I'm compatible with this person or not. I can't control like like if this can be a long distance situation. I can't control all these factors. But I can control how I feel. I'm not letting this roll me over, knock me off path. But that's beautiful. Because the Five of Cups is kind of about getting our bearings back when it's upright, after a disappointment. And I also think it's just about honoring our own needs and honoring our own feelings. Because these cups fell over and we're sad, but these two are standing behind us that we still have and are protecting. So I just think, like, your life is becoming simplified and more about following your own fulfillment, which is really, really gorgeous to see in a reading. When I pulled clarifiers, you also show up as the Queen of Wands for this spring and summer. She is beautiful, intelligent, and most importantly, she doesn't chase, she attracts, okay? And I'm not just talking about meeting people with that. I'm talking about that with opportunities, okay? You just keep on living your purpose, and like I said, doing like what feels meaningful and intentional for you, and you're gonna find, I think for a lot of you, you get some really cool sort of personal opportunity this, maybe even within summer, but also like within this spring, I think. If you just, not even hustle, but if you just honor your needs and you live your life from a place of, okay, today I want this. I have this step to take towards my dreams today and what I care about. But then I want to do this because it makes me feel good. Then I want to do this because it makes me feel good. You honoring yourself is going to bring in a really, really cool, personally fulfilling opportunity within the spring or within the summer. Okay? But I know it said this is blossoming before summer. So, I love you so, so, so very much. Not exactly sure what that is, but surprises are fun and they're good ones, right? This is a good one that's coming. Your third card is going to be something healing from winter, okay? And this is going to be something you are in an empowered place with. It's just something you're healing from winter. And it could be something as much as maybe you were sick in December or February or January and you were down longer than you thought you'd be, and you are somebody who like sometimes like equates your worth a lot to productivity. This is specific. But I like even something like that. But I am just going to pull a card on something healing from winter. Okay, so we have the Ace of Wands. I want to tell you that like any sort of effort you have created to make movement in your life counts, okay? Any steps you have taken to create confidence within yourself, even if it didn't make the material output you wanted, has been special and purposeful, okay? It's been special and purposeful because every step is a step forward. Even if you end up garnering further knowledge and figuring out how to do something, you don't need to know everything about everything the first time you do it, and anybody who tells you something else is lying, okay? Because you just can't become good at everything just by reading books, just by watching YouTube videos. It's experience, it's time, it's hands-on learning that comes into it too. Anybody that tells you they've been doing something for years and they've always had their shit together, they're fucking lying. They're fucking lying. You are allowed to garner knowledge over time. You are allowed to build brands over time. You are allowed to experiment and try new things and figure out your secret sauce. And that's the whole thing, because it's what sets you apart. When you find a system of doing things in a way you love, whether it was circumstantial and you had to stop, or whether you stopped for your own good, there's something here just about your relationship with your output changing, okay, into something healthier, because you're like, well, like, I did what I could with the energy I had at the time, and I was working off of the knowledge I had at that time, and it was impactful, but there is a healthier way for me to exist. There is a healthier way for me to carry this out. There is a way that's going to be more sustainable for me, even if it's scary and not, and like it's a little bit off the beaten path. Because if I stay consistent with it, I will do it. I will say, I think you're in a very ambitious, creative, you-centered time in your life. Look, wands, before I saw the Queen of Wands. Wands are fast-moving, they're ambitious, it's passionate, it's creative, and it's usually about planning stages and just like a rich mind. So like, I don't know. I think you're having a lot of ideas right now. I think you are, I think you've maybe found your purpose and are chipping away at it, and like sculpting your life into something you love. No matter where you're starting from, no matter where you're at, that's like really, really cool. But the Ace of Wands is just about finding your own secret sauce. And maybe you had some shame or worry about it just because you were like, well, like I'm not following my own rules here. I'm not following somebody else's rigid rules. And like, but like when I do, I'm miserable and I'm burnt out and I'm tired and I can't go forward. And Wands is also a very physical, like, body suit. So I just think you are making healthier choices for yourself mentally and physically, because you took a step back, reevaluated, and were like, I can do this in a way that works for me, that's not taxing and not breaking my body down, and however I can do it is perfect for me. And it's perfect for me because when I do things this way, I can continue propelling myself forward without falling apart. I don't lose my passion, and it's what makes sense for me. There's something healing here just about you finding contentment in however things are going for you, okay? Because it doesn't mean a lack of fulfillment. I think you'll find a lot of the gaps that you have, a lot of the things you're confused upon, or a lot of the things or like a lot of the days where you come up and you're like, well, like, I don't know what's next. The days where like you are in a place where you're holding love and like a centering space for yourself are gonna be the days where you keep on getting ideas. Okay, because when you are taking care of yourself and you are in good health, mentally, physically, emotionally, is when we're the clearest, and it's when we're the most open to like inspired ideas, because you feel enthusiastic and you have a little bit more of a zest for life when you're taking care of yourself. And I think you're really, really working on that. I think you're really, really working on a relationship with yourself. So the Ace of Wands here to me is about like healthier routines, um, healthier, making the way we speak to ourselves healthier. I don't know, and just this beautiful centered place of like, I know what I want to do, I know what I feel like doing, I know what I'm not interested in, I know where I want to go today, I don't want to go there, that doesn't sound fun. Like, you are in it's not even a selfish place. I think it's just self-centered because you are going to finally be immersing yourself in like, okay, this is my reality. It's not what I thought, but like, I'm having so much fun. I want to keep going, even if it means what I'm doing is different. Okay? But that's like crazy, crazy beautiful. Your fourth card is going to be your inner glow up coming with this season of bloom, okay? Because you are blooming. Like I said, things are always changing for you. You are always in bloom at different paces and in different ways. You are always in bloom. Let's see your inner glow up and how you are going to be blooming for the next while, huh? Okay, we have the King of Wands. Okay, so like with all the wands here, the King of Wands showing up, Diva, is like really fucking cool. Really, really cool. And it just tells me like further like impresses on me, or further, what's the better word? I don't know. It further like drives like my point and like the tarot's point, I think. And further like shows me you really are in a time where you're like, okay, like this is authentic to me, like this isn't authentic to me, this is working, this isn't. But like with the Queen of Cups on the bottom, I do think this inner glow up you're having is going to bring you emotional fulfillment too, because like with Wands here, I told you, I really think you are living your life more purposefully. If there was fear that like the opportunity you want, the dream you want, like isn't gonna bloom for you, I think that's really, really gonna start to dissipate, especially because I picked up on like that really, really personal opportunity with the Ace of Wands here. But for your clarifiers, I also pulled the Seven of Pentacles, so like waiting on our eggs to cook and everything, waiting on our pasta water to boil, with the Nine of Swords. And the Knight of Pentacles. I also think you could have had issues with like, okay, with like the Seven of Pentacles, the Nine of Swords. I think you've also been in a place where you're like, okay, but like I'm still like sort of, whatever this is for you. It doesn't have to be work. Whatever this is for you, however it's resonating. But I think you've almost been shy and nervous to tell people about what you're doing, and like you feel like you couldn't. There's just general feeling I think you've been working through of you feeling like you couldn't and almost embarrassed because you're like, okay, like I have to get to this point with it before I tell people. Okay, I have to get to this point with it before I tell people. We're like, okay, like I'm doing this, but like, is it right that I'm doing it? Like imposter syndrome and stuff. Like you are trying to prove something to yourself. That's going away. I think you're going to have more pride in yourself because more opportunity is coming in. And also I think because now that you are doing this in your own way, it's becoming a lot more fulfilling for you emotionally, and you're like, wow, like this means a lot to me. Like I would like to share this with people. I would like to do this. I want to brag. I want to get the business cards. I want to do all this stuff. It's my turn. King of Wands energy is very, 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 very main character energy. And I definitely think you are in a time where you're the main character, okay? And like there might be like pangs and throbs like there are here with like the Nine of Wands, but I do think there is a deep sense of happiness and contentment and you feeling so in touch with your creativity because you are pouring so much love into building a life that is for you. You're finding fulfillment in it because you're like, wow, like I wanted that and I did it. Wow, I wanted that opportunity and it came to be. I'm doing the right thing for me, even if it's not everything I thought I wanted, which is really, really super cool. What else? I also think like you're really going to be making this commitment stronger to yourself, and I'm sure you already have one if you've come this far in something, but I think you're going to be like, okay, like this is really, really something I love and something I believe in now. I want to do this long term, or like I want this to be part of my life forever, or like this is what I want to spend my time doing, and for the first time I'm sure about it. um because the King of Wands, like it also talks about like creative commitments and like showing up for ourselves. I will say with all of this fire energy, some of you could like, if you're not a Leo, Aries, or Sagittarius, because like a sun sign is important and it's close to you, but it's not impactful in the same way as other ones sometimes. If you have Leo, Sagittarius, Aries anywhere, this might be like especially significant for you. And I also think you're gonna have more achievement. You're gonna have more to show for this with the Ace of Wands and the King of Wands. And I really think that so much of your success is gonna come from your own ideas, your own brainstorming, your own whatever you're doing. Like it's you, sweetie. Look at you go. Because it's ideas you make. It's individual. Can't really be copied. I think you have a very, very creative approach to things, and you might find people who try to imitate you don't have the same passion or don't, I don't know, still seem to be following an algorithm more than you. So it's like a very like watered down version of your secret sauce. You're also allowed to tell people like, hey, this is mine. I built this fucking brand with all these things I like because it's resonant of me. You're trying to put this on like a costume, come up with your own thing. You are just very, very creative. I think you have different perspectives to things, and I think you play the game in whatever you're doing. You play the game, but you're like, hey, like these are the parts that don't work for me, and these are the parts where I can have more self-expression, greater boundaries with myself, and make this more sustainable for myself. I think you love this thing so deeply, and I think you love having it in your future and your present so deeply, where like if something is uncomfortable or like something is like steering it off course or like making it like unsustainable for you, you're like, okay, I love this, I need to protect it. What do I do so that I don't burn out? And that is longevity. Um, that is longevity in whatever you're going to be spending time doing. And the King of Wands to me talks about like sustainable success, long-term success, and I think it's still going to be growing for you, because the best things sometimes don't happen overnight, because then we get to choose what opportunities we care about. People have more chance to find us and what we're doing. And it's a longer experience, and it's something you can savor more than if you were to get all of your dreams come true overnight. But I do think you are getting closer to a certain milestone that you've been hoping to achieve, which is beautiful. I think it's so cool I keep on pulling wands for you. I am going to pull your next card, but this is sort of your inner glow up, just like more self-assurance, more purpose, more letting yourself shine because of your own approach to things, instead of being a copy and paste, instead of being a photocopy. And I really want to move on to what's next. And it's really, really fun because this will have more to do with ways to ground, ways to relax that we only have during warm weather. So like when I was channeling these questions for the spread or just writing them down, I just like had in mind, I was like, oh, I'm like so excited like to go in like the driveway and like draw with chalk again, and like go to the beach and like walk like craft fairs and like farmers markets and stuff, or like make plans to go to theme parks with the people I love, or even just like puppy yoga like outside at like a local park every week or something. But I wanted to pull cards and see what kind of thing you will have time for, and a way for you to like, what I wrote is a way to nurture your body and your joy in the warmer seasons, because I think us being able to go outside and do so many like concentrated activities, or like play like sports again and everything, is like so nice and so opportunistic, because we don't get that all year in like the chillier seasons and stuff. So I want to see like what can bring you joy, but also what is good for your body that you can do in these warmer seasons. Okay. Oh, we have the Nine of Cups. So for you, this might literally just be sunbathing and chilling out. Even if you want to like take yourself on like dinner dates and get like a drinky drink and like go and like listen to like live music or something. But I definitely think there's something here just about like immersing yourself in nature, kind of, I think is something you need, even if you want to like bring an activity out that you love, that's relaxing for you. But there needs to be like a getting out and like immersing yourself in nature. I think getting out of the house and kind of like disrupting your routine a little bit. Just, I don't know. I'm like, when I say that, I don't mean like throwing yourself off. I more so mean like if you're a house cat and like you're in the house all the time, like get out and like enjoy the sun. And like do it like however it looks like for you, okay? If it means like taking like if it means like writing outside, or like painting outside, or like crocheting outside, or if it means like going to like a natural like nature location you love, that's really cool. But I definitely think like I don't know if there's gonna be, I feel like you might have a busy month coming up where you're like, okay, like I'm like burnt out, like I can't stand these people I see every day. I want to go outside and chill. So not only do I feel like it's going to be not only do I think it's going to be beneficial out of a need you will already have pop up, but I also think it'll just be relaxing and grounding for you to like hang out in the sun or like go and do something by yourself that's in nature. And if there are any sort of events you look forward to every year, whether that be like Pride or like a certain like really big craft fair or like a food festival you love, I definitely think don't forget to get tickets for that if it's something important that you love, if it's a ticketed thing, for example. Or like if your favorite artist is touring, but like they're more like your thing than like anybody else in your life. Like that sort of stuff with like an open like amphitheater, or like an open like stadium, like whatever's going on. But I really, really think with all this main character energy, you're gonna be like, okay, I'm tired of these people. I wanna be outside. I wanna do this. I actually don't really feel like it's the time for travel because I do think you may have extra responsibility with this busyness. And I can't totally tell you what it is. It's one of those like psychic itches. I just think one of the months you have upcoming, and it might be different for everybody that comes to this reading, but I think you're going to have a busy month pretty soon. And I think that's when you should prioritize like this like alone time outside or like just like doing something you care about, but like disrupt your routine a little bit. Don't, I guess like you can bring that hobby with you, but like I don't know. Stop sitting in the house with it. Like bring it outside or something. Draw. Um, and remember, like it's okay to take time that's just for you. That's not responsibility based. You should not be living your life from a place of responsibility at all times. Okay, like if you have like 6 cats and like you want to go out and sit in the sun for like an hour, like half an hour, that's fine. That's your birthright. You don't live and constantly do things out of a place of responsibility because it leaves very little space for you to care for yourself and do something nice for yourself just because. Try not to get caught up in your head and just take some time out for you. You deserve it, okay, Queen? Um, what else is here? I feel like you're gonna want to be cozy too on those days when you're most stressed and not necessarily bumming, but like if you have like cute loungewear, if you have like cute sweatsuits or like sweatpants and like little tank tops, I see you wearing it around your house or around your living space. Or even like styling it in a way that's cute just enough and taking yourself out. I think you're beautiful no matter what you wear. I do think you're going to care about comfort this season. I also think if somebody lives in like a really hot climate, okay, the weather is going to change. Remember not to wear anything that's going to make you miserable. You know, like if it's like really thick polyester or like knit or just like not breathable. If you are a neurospicy gal or king, yeah, just remember to like dress for the occasion and dress for the weather. It's like a little thing, but I feel like somebody should hear it just so they can take care of themselves better and accommodate themselves better. I love you. Um, hmm. also think it's a great time for any sort of like skincare, whether it be like having the resources like to go and get a facial, or like getting checked on by your dermatologist, if that is something you want, or I don't know, sheet masks are really, really inexpensive and really, really fun, and they kind of force you to chill, because like if you move around too much, it's like slipping off of your face and moving. Put on a show you love for like 15-20 minutes, put it on your face, let it dry out. I know I like love to take some lotion after and like moisturize and like get like all of that extra like serum into my face. Just a lot of self-care, I think. A lot of being mindful of what it is you want. And a little bit of a physical glow up, like as far as like the way you take care of yourself goes. But I think it'll bring you joy, because you'll be putting time and care into yourself, without like expectation or responsibility or rushing, because you'll be like, I need this time. Like, this is like the busiest month of my life. I need this time. For some of you, it's going to be May. But you'll be like, I need this time. And also, like, being able to sit outside is so fun. Seeing flowers in bloom is so fun. Yeah, I feel like nature and just like small little things you can do to take care of yourself and nurture yourself are going to be really special. Bath bombs, fun soaps, all that stuff. You might be a girly who gets a tan this year. Also, you don't have to invite your friends to everything. There are things you can go and do alone, especially if you find they're busy so often and it's frustrating. But that is what I'm getting for this card, this Nine of Cups. I will say you have cups come up a lot, which just proves to me like you need time that's for you. Okay, you need time that's for you, and you deserve it. And I think that's the time that's going to feel most fulfilling for you at the moment. But let's also get into your charms and oracles, okay? So I love to start with charms first. It's just like how I always lay things out. It's fun to put the dish here and then like frame it with the cards. But I do have this beautiful, gorgeous air dry clay little trinket dish my best friend had made for me for Christmas. And if you don't know what charm casting is, I just have all these beautiful brass and silver charms. I've always loved symbolism because I've always loved to write. And basically I pull some and they give us an extra little message based off like how I interpret those images and stuff. It's also a little ASMR moment for you. Let's see, okay? I love you so much. This looks great. Yes, immediately with the compass also here. These scissors and this snake, I will say this gold snake, I know that gold is associated with like more like masculine energy, and by that it's the terminology I use, but it doesn't even really have anything to do with gender. It's just like yang as opposed to yin. And in spirituality, we usually associate yang and masculine energy, more with like movement forward on things and like taking initiative and like not being passive, okay? But it also to me talks about like a fast happening change. So I also have these scissors that like landed underneath it. So I think you're learning to slow down, but also, like I said earlier, you're taking initiative because you are changing things around, shifting things around, making your own secret sauce so it stays fulfilling for you and it works for you. And it's also like attracting in opportunities for you, because when somebody is doing something differently and somebody is doing something innovative, people take notice, okay? Also with the compass here, like I said, I think you're making a deeper commitment to yourself upon like wanting to chase this. And I think with the mushroom, you're getting more creative ideas, but they're coming organically like they always do. And that next to the anchor also makes me think of everything I said about nature and kind of like maintaining your own happiness, your own boundaries, everything, while during that really, really busy month, or like during the time of like that really cool opportunity when you feel like everything around you is changing. The compass. Yeah, see, look, I can't really move this. Makes me think of like you just like making a deeper commitment to yourself. These scissors can also talk about pruning. So just you continuing to be like, okay, this works for some people, it doesn't work for me, but I have these really cool things happening, or like I had this really cool thing happen. And like if I attracted this opportunity just by doing things how I'm doing, it affirms for me I want to continue doing this and being persistent, but moving within my needs and moving within an energy where I can still meet my needs, which is really, really beautiful. The anchor talks about grounding too. I keep on going back to like you spending more alone time and kind of using that as a way to ground yourself. If you do anything creative, like if you do like digital art or crafting or anything, you don't have to take on a huge ambitious project for it to be really cool. And if it's something you monetize even just occasionally, remember to do projects that you care about that are for yourself or the people you love too, so you don't burn out, okay? Because when something becomes fun, when something becomes like less fun for us because we're doing it to serve other people we know entirely, and sometimes it's things we're not even passionate about, we do run that risk of burning ourselves out. I really want you to remember that like you are doing what you're doing because it's fulfilling for you. And like maybe it like brings other people happiness and fulfillment too, but like if you are the person driving all of that and you are the person driving that experience and all of what's happening there, your relationship with the thing matters the most, okay? Because if you love it, I want you to protect it. And it's okay to turn people down in a time where you're stressed and you're doing that, or it's okay to turn people down you don't vibe with, that you feel like don't respect you or anything. It's fine to do that. You're being encouraged to do that. Okay? I think that's everything I'm getting here. Make time for like nostalgic movies, because I'm also thinking of the Smurfs with the mushrooms. But it could be like any sort of animated movie you love. Even something that's not animated. I feel like something animated for you might be great though. Studio Ghibli, Disney princesses, all that stuff. Let's see about your oracle cards. So I do have these beautiful, wonderful, fairy, kind of self-love oriented oracle cards. So I am going to pull you about 2 of these. Oh, I'll take this one. The fairy dragon has blessed you with good fortune, which is really just a good omen, and like that's about as much as there is to it. It's just a really positive omen of things to come in your life. You might find you get a financial windfall within the next couple months. And fortune flows to where you fly. See? You are manifesting everything you're manifesting, and that like really cool opportunity just because you're doing things your own way, and because the universe sees you living in a way that's sustainable for you. You're being rewarded, just so you can realize like that's gonna work for you. It's fine to do things that way. She also makes me think of the Queen of Wands, like we saw before, because the Queen of Wands is always holding a sunflower. I definitely think within like the next 3 months in the summer, I do think you're going to be in really, really good shape taking care of yourself. Or your body is going to feel healthier. You're going to feel better, like physically in like your day-to-day. I don't know if you're having more water or getting more sun, but like you're going to be adding in a habit to your life that's really going to give you benefit in a way you can't foresee. But just, I think it's going to be a very, very lucky time for you too, with good fortune and then fortune. I think it's going to be a very, 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 very lucky time for you these next couple months. Probably the summer too. And whimsy with this dragon here and the wings and everything. Whimsy, so like nostalgic movies, like I was saying, or you may be learning about like more like spirituality related things you find cool and you have an interest in. Which is cool because your belief systems are allowed to be your own. That's how it's supposed to be. But those are really, really cool. I really like the bubble skirt here. If you are somebody who like tries to be on trend and like you love getting dressed up and like love looking cool, I'm not saying go out and spend like $300, but like I think you're gonna have fun dressing this spring and this summer, like when you get like dolled up. I think you're very fashion forward and you don't always realize it. Just because you don't get a compliment doesn't mean the outfit isn't like absolutely fire. But yeah, I do think it's funny. We have good fortune and fortune. It's going to be a lucky couple months. Money too, like I said, like a financial windfall. You may be able to get a piece of jewelry you've been loving, because I'm drawn to the hoops. And if you've been waiting on any sort of physical change you wanted to get, I think you're going to have that between May and June. Faster than you think. But like any like wishes you have come true right now with her plucking the flowers, I think you're gonna have a wish come true, or like you're gonna get a really cool opportunity you weren't expecting. Keep on coming back to that. Yeah, just with her like plucking the flowers, something lucky is going to happen, or something you really wanted is going to happen. I just heard lucky girl syndrome. Ooh, and some of you may want to bake too. I also feel like you're going to be feeling generous, not necessarily money-wise, but like, I don't know, like if you bake or cook something, like you want to share it with other people. I think you're going to have more love to give and more like energy to like socialize with people and give more when you are doing your thing, when you're out and about. I do also, by the way, these are all of your charms. If they have any personal significance to you. I also want to pull you a crystal oracle card. I talked about this in the beginning, but I know I yapped for a little bit. So like maybe there are people who don't listen to the whole thing. But I will say, like, anytime I've like kind of like done like a 3-month forecast for myself like this, I'm a crystal girly, and you don't have to be, because it's really just gonna tell me about where you're at and what you're needing, and like what like energy could be beneficial to you these next couple months. But if you are a crystal girly, it might be fun to like pick this up and like throw it in a bag, keep it there. But regardless, it's just part of the reading. But I am gonna ask, like, I don't know what sort of energy to work with right now, what sort of crystal to work with right now. These are a little big, so I'm going to shuffle them off camera, but we'll see what we get. Oh, there's another dragon on here too, I just realized. Really, really lucky and like beneficial couple months. You have sodalite. I will say this can be symbolic of Archangel Michael. I know, because I love to work with him, and he is associated with blue. Ooh. And I'm really, really thinking of this because of these flower petals. I really, really think this could work and be helpful for you right now. It really feels like balancing your ambition with intuition. So like, you know, you can pass up things that make you really deeply uncomfortable, but you're going to be so in alignment with yourself and so confident and having a clear vision of where you want to go next. I really think you're going to be able to sidestep what's worth your time and what isn't. I think in like relationships too. But that's kind of just what I'm getting. And I really, really think this is synchronistic because there's another flower here. And you know, flowers, spring. But this is number 52. Okay. Sodalite, intentionality, see? Conscious awareness and awakened state, inner knowing and self-confidence, clear expression of intentions. There we go. Yeah, like you're gonna be getting opportunity, but and like there's gonna be a busy month and like there's gonna be a busy energy, but what's bringing you your success is that self-assurance and being like, okay, like this is cool with me, this isn't, this is on the path of where I'm going, this isn't, I'll accept this treatment, or like, but like, ooh, there's an energy here of relationships or friendships that is just like, I lost it again. What is it? You are really, really following your gut where you're like, okay, like, even like if I don't know what my type is right now, or like, even like if I don't know what I'm looking for, or like even like if this person is really, really nice, but I'm not sure of their intentions, I'm following my gut here. And I know that like even like if I don't have the whole picture, I know energetically this is something I don't fucking want, and I know energetically this is something I don't have time for right now. Just because like I refuse to give that much of myself for this. Like this isn't that great. So I think just like you wanting to preserve your time and you like caring more and more about yourself and your goals and like making sure like you stay on path and you don't let anybody veer you off with the bare minimum. That is coming through really, really strongly. A state of conscious awareness is the key to clearly communicating your intentions to the conscious universe. The message of this crystal is to be fully awake as you make choices large and small that will influence your well-being. See, it's when we fall asleep to our spiritual nature and connection with the universal consciousness that old habits return and we forget our commitment to personal transformation. See? Sodalite spirit has appeared to help you wake up and notice whether you are becoming complacent and not following through as you promised yourself you would. Now, I don't see that happening just because I feel so strongly you are focused on yourself. I think it's more just like what this could help you prevent and like what energies like this could help you move through. Sodalite spirit has appeared to help you wake up and notice whether you are becoming complacent and not following through as you promised yourself you would. Now is a time to reconnect with the conscious universe so that Sodalite spirit can magnify your awareness, helping you recognize whether your conscious and subconscious intentions are in sync so that you do not get in your own way as you co-create what you desire. Trying to figure out if I want to read any more of this. Oh, here. Yes, I do want to read the relationship message. Healing doesn't require perfection, but it does require that you remain awake to the truth that you are divine, that you are a divine, beautiful being. Yes, you are. Always connected to the conscious universe who wants the very best for you. Spiritual amnesia will send you circling back to old patterns you still vowed to never repeat. The appearance of Sodalite spirit is a reminder to reestablish your sense of connection so that the conscious universe can guide you to where you need to be. Do not forget your worth, your values, and your truth. If you are unsure of the next move to make, meditate. As you remain present in the moment, you will more easily avoid spiritual narcolepsy and falling back in the old ways. Spiritual narcolepsy is frying me, but like you get the general point. I will say though, this could be a helpful one to work with or pick up, or just an energy to remind yourself of. Even if you want to come back to this video when you're like, am I doing the right thing? Am I in the right place? Should I like take this offer just because it's given to me? I know that I'm going to pick up some sodalite, even if it's like a little tumble. But I will say, yes, this is associated with Archangel Michael, if any of you work with him. I definitely noticed, like, in my time working with him, he's helped me be more stubborn, a little bit more bitchy, but, like, really just because I, like, I needed those boundaries, and I needed to know not to ever compromise on myself, and that's kind of the energy that comes with this. Pile 1, this is how you are blooming this spring. I really had fun doing this, so I kind of want to do another one for summer, but I love you so very much. I am so happy you took out some time for yourself and an hour or so to honor yourself. This will always be a Barbie core psychic safe place to land. I love you so much. This is what I'm seeing for you, and thank you for being here, Pile 1. I love you. Take care. Divas of Pile 2. I love you. If you pick the green, springy, fun, wicked tarot and the Gorgina cute kunzite, this is your pile. Okay, I am just going to move her and put her right there. She looks great. She's actually brand new. I met a really nice person yesterday who was selling really high grade crystals, and I got it from her. But I am so happy, because this is what I'm all about, that you took some time out to carve just for you. I highly recommend, if you have a fun drinky drink or snacky you want, you just hang out, settle in, okay? I'm going to give you a tarot reading to make you feel great about yourself, because that's what I do with all of them. I love you so very much. You're a diva. But as always, our first card is always going to be our overall energy check, just so I can take the anxiety out of you wondering whether this reading is for you or not, okay? And like, if it resonates, it resonates. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And like, you can try the other piles. If there's nothing here, this reading may not be for you. But I don't know. I hope you can relax, chill, be receptive, and take out some time for you. There's no pressure here. This reading is all about how you are blooming this spring, okay? How you're gonna grow, what you'll find feels good for you this time, and how you can love and support yourself this spring. I've always done like little 3-month little forecasts for myself, just so I can know what themes are coming up in my life within every season, and I love to refer back to them. But yes, for now, I really wanted to share it because it's always been so helpful for me. You could be finding this the spring of 2026 or the spring of 2030, but you are welcome here no matter what. So I'm just going to pull a card for your overall energy check. Okay. Oh, we have the Star. Somebody got their first big girl job, or is moving into, or just your first job. But somebody is growing up in a way, and you are feeling more fulfilled, because I think something you always wanted was to make your own rules and feel like you were beginning to create a life you're proud of. That's really special for you. I will say something fun is you got Glinda here. So this is about recognition, but also about pride in yourself. In a positive way, because I think you deserve to take pride in any sort of big achievement you've had or any sort of new opportunity you've gotten, okay? I do think this might be for my girlies who are a little bit extroverted. I think in whatever new space you're part of, whether this be college, work, whatever sort of new fun transition you're really enjoying that you're having, I think is really, really great for you, because I think people are really, really admiring you for your extroverted nature. I think you are somebody who cares about being mindful of how other people feel, because I think you really, really believe in working in a community and making sure everybody feels included and everybody's honored for what's really, really cool about them. I think you see the best in everybody, and even if you don't connect with somebody off the bat, I think you have this deep respect for other people, and you have this understanding that everybody has something really, really great to them. Even if they are quieter and even if you need to dig it out of them. I think you are patient and kind in this new space. I think you can make friends and connect with anybody. Somebody might be having issues where you feel like certain people don't like you and find you fake, maybe because you connect with other people. I want to tell you and reaffirm that you are not fake. Sometimes people are in a place where they have been ostracized or really, really hurt just from a place of not being accepted, and they kind of become hyper vigilant or skepticism or skeptic of anybody who tries to include them. So I do want to remind you that there are a lot of case scenarios where people are projecting out of a place of their own pain they have. But I do think as the star, most people see you as genuinely kind and inclusive and empathetic. Okay, I really think you're shining in this new space, and I feel like you have this feeling of belonging, but again, I want to affirm that you belong. Okay, you belong in this new space you're existing in. It's a good fit for you. You are liked there. And if you were wondering if you got into the right situation, if you are wondering if you chose the right choice for whatever this is, yes. Confirmation, yes. I will say the star is a very good omen about personal fulfillment. It's also about popularity and somebody who creates community, so that is all you. I also think you're innovative with seeing all the rainbow flowers from the movie. I also think you're innovative, and you bring a lot to a new space. You're innovative because you include others and because you believe in the talents and the capabilities of everybody. I don't think you give up on other people either. You have this really strong desire to uplift everybody around you, even if they haven't totally given in to you yet. Sorry, that was my wrist. My joints are a little poppy today. But yeah, you are kind of the Glinda of your space. That's kind of what it's about. Somebody with influence and somebody kind. But I also think whatever you're doing, you have chosen out of a place of personal fulfillment. I don't want to impress the fact that you draw people together as much as that I'm so glad that this is a personally fulfilling opportunity for you, because I care about you most. I think it's really, really cool you do all that, but I'm especially happy you are happy and content in what you're doing. This reading is about you, but I feel like you carry it all at once. But I love you so much. I'm so happy you like what you're doing. That's what brings me the most joy here. You also feel very optimistic and positive. For some of you, your favorite color is yellow or orange. That might just be significant and let you know, like, this is the place for you. Air signs too, which makes which makes a lot of sense to me, or significant placements in that area. But I also think some of you may have a really prominent Cancer placement. Also, air signs are Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. I love astrology, but I know for a really long time I had trouble remembering what order they went in and which ones went under each element. But those are air signs. Yeah, I also think Cancer feels really significant. Just for that gentleness and that love and that desire to make everybody feel included is from. Just because I feel like people always say, like, I don't know, somebody here is reflective of their Cancer placement, but like just like off of like the stigmatized stuff you've looked up doesn't make sense to you. But that trait, that deep desire of including everybody just because you want them to feel included and because you think more people coming together gets an idea off the ground faster, just because everybody feels empowered and everybody is contributing, is very Cancer, okay? Because Cancer is ruled by the moon, so it's mothering, but it is like a parental placement to have, just because it drives change, but it's about bringing people together to drive that change. And I really, really think you do that. Somebody needed to hear that they are more reflective of Cancer than they believe. Look up the strengths of that sign. Okay, the strengths, because I think you might identify with it and respect yourself more, oddly enough, from it. Okay, but that's your overall energy check. If it resonated with you, it made sense for you, it feels right, and it's reflective of where you're at in your life, this reading is most likely for you. Sorry about my little tangent. That was for somebody specific, but I felt like somebody really needed to hear it. Because I do want to remind you, like, astrology is like a tool for introspection too. It can teach you about yourself. Anyway, here's our little reading overview. I just didn't feel the need to show you for the overall energy check. I hope you like my roses. I drew them because I love you. But the second card is going to be a seed you planted that will blossom before summer. So, like, this could be, like, as small as a new habit. This could be as small as, like, having an Etsy shop for, like, a craft you do every so often, or, like, digital downloads, anything. And you wanting your first sale, especially if that was really recent for you. This could be a promotion. This could be getting to a place with your mental health treatment that you're proud of. This could be anything. I don't know what's going to come out, but it should collectively be shared by many of you. But the second card is going to be a seed you planted that will blossom before summer, okay? So something you'll begin to see the results of and be able to be proud of by these warmer seasons, okay? These cards shuffle like so nicely. I've always thought that. Okay. Ooh, we have the Eight of Swords. This can actually be a more difficult one because sometimes it's about being stuck in place and not being able to make a decision just because we are either afraid to or like we don't know what's on the other side. Somebody is tired of situationships is what I'm hearing. Especially with the Four of Pentacles here. And I think maybe it's some personal reflection on your part where you're like, wow, I'm like attracting things that like don't make me happy because I either like haven't realized that like I don't have the time to invest in it. Maybe you are really, really busy pile 2. But for some of you, it's something else. Like that general theme of you being like, oh, like I keep on like accepting things like I don't really care about, or like I keep on kind of just like dating anybody that comes across me that I kind of like. Hold on. You could even be an avoidant and like you're finding it like annoying and like agitating because you want something better. Let me see. Some of you are working through a creative block. And I think what was going on was just a personal experience that was hard, that was blocking you and making it hard for you to find time for yourself. And you were being like unnecessarily harsh, but like whatever this was taking up a lot of time for you and not really leaving you with any moments for like creative energy or making time for things you care about. It was like not having time. It wasn't a shortcoming on your end. Somebody needs to hear. Don't blame yourself for something like you know isn't your fault, okay? I also don't think it's that serious unless you like monetize it or like do it for a living. I feel like you just missed it because it's fulfilling for you when you're doing it in a good place. But you're definitely like moving through some block here, whether it be like, oh, like why am I always in like a relationship with somebody I don't really like that much? Or, oh, like why do I have a creative block going on? For some of you, this is getting to a place in therapy you're proud of. Or finally finding somebody you really connect with, who like sees you for where you're at. Maybe somebody here has something other doctors have told them is untreatable. You, I think, have done your research and found somebody who actually does help people who have that going on. There's always a way. And you just felt like there wasn't, but hang on, because there's always a way. There is a source of joy in your life, I really think, though, with the star. But for a lot of you, what you were feeling this block in is like something that's part of your personal life, something that's fulfilling for you outside of anything that has to do with your ambitions. And I think that's why you've been like, this is so frustrating. Like, this is a way I take care of myself. This is how I make room for myself in my day. Things are changing and they're getting better, and you're going to see an improvement in whatever I'm picking up on, because it does feel like an overwhelming like amount of like different situations this could be, but there is a release and like if you, so I'm seeing a metaphor of like people being like tied to train tracks and realizing there's a way and their hands are loose and only your arms are tied and you can get up and run off of the track before the train gets there. But I also don't think you're gonna get hit by the train. I don't think it's coming. So it's kind of just like you get up when you want to get up, but like I think like you're over this shit. You just need a little last push. Because I will say on the traditional version of the Eight of Swords, it's this girl tied up. She has cloth over her eyes and cloth around her wrist. But she could so easily get between these swords and walk away. She's keeping herself stuck there. She's keeping herself in victimhood a little bit. But like she could so easily walk away because her wrists aren't tied very tightly. She could take them out and then take the cloth covering her eyes off, but she's just kind of standing there on the card like a vegetable. And everything, but you can do this and you deserve personal fulfillment, and I think you're choosing it, which is super cool and a slay. But like that is something you're having movement forward on. This is the seed that is blossoming before summer, okay? Because I think summer is meant to be a time of healing for you this time. Somebody wants to like do like nostalgic gaming, and somebody else just needs to hear like watch your screen time. It might be like sapping your energy, and that doesn't mean like don't play and don't have fun. It just means watch your screen time. But let's see what else there is. I feel somebody else really excited. And this next card is going to be something you're healing from winter, okay? And it could be small or it could be big, okay? I'm talking like a small disappointment or something that happened, but just something you're healing from winter, okay? Something that is defrosting and healing, getting better. Okay, let's see, Miss Diva. Let's see, pretty girls. I do love that I picked out the Wicked one. I almost did it because I try to do all pink decks. So I have a very self-love aligned space. Something that is, okay. This landed reversed. So an opportunity you were so assured you were going to get may have been taken away from you. Something you were so sure you were gonna get, or something you were like so bushy-eyed, so bushy-tailed and like bright-eyed to get. Six of Swords, Six of Swords. Yeah, that was just like a disappointment for you. And it wasn't from an entitled place, but you were like, oh my goodness, I'm so qualified, I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna do this. This could even be getting ghosted for some of you with the Empress here, or even like a situation where somebody made you feel used. But the Page of Pentacles reversed here tells me you just kind of felt disrespected after you gave your everything and your energy to something. You need to hear it's not a lack of you. It doesn't indicate a lack in you. It indicates It indicates somebody not wanting to invest their time in you. Sometimes people say they're ready for something, or sometimes people give us false information, either to be nice or they're non-confrontational. But I think people forget that, like, there are some things you can do little white lies about, but when something is important to somebody, to give them a white lie is unkind. You did not deserve whatever this happened, and it's not because of any sort of shortcoming you did. It's not because you were too enthusiastic. It's not because of something else. Something you're healing here is just not internalizing this issue anymore. You need to hear it's not a reflection of you. It's not a reflection of you. This could have been rejection from a job you were pretty sure you were getting, that somebody assured you were getting, and then it fell through. But I feel like you have created this narrative in your head that it's inexperience, or that, like, you fumbled somebody who ghosted you. That's just not true. You are attentive and kind, and you give people your full commitment when you ask for it. The only thing I will say is if you have found the need to protect yourself after being ghosted, or after feeling like you would have made a commitment to somebody and you were providing open communication, there might be some work here to be done on your type. The certain people you pick. I don't think you're naive by any means. I don't think that's what's going on here. I just think that maybe, like, you are picking bad boys or bad girls, or like I don't know, going into spaces for work, or like any sort of commitment or thing in your life, or any sort of opportunity you were trying to follow to get. You're going into like a place of like the wrong demographic. This is like only trying to meet people at the club, or only trying to meet people on Tinder, or like going and applying to a job in a place where like you look around and like you're like 20 years old and everybody there is already gray and older, and like you don't really have anything to connect with them on. A place was not compatible for you. You were not incompatible for that place. You have everything you need, and you hold everything you need. I just feel like the places you were seeking were not right. And I actually feel like you're in a better place now, where maybe you have an opportunity for this you've gotten that's better and in alignment with you, especially with the star here. This could have really given a blow to your self-esteem, but like with you showing up as the star, I think that's something you have healed. But I think it's still healing, because I think it still hurts. But you are moving through it. I feel like me just telling some of you, hey, like this was not a reflection of you, is going to be enough and be healing. And I really, really mean that. I'm not saying that to be nice. That's what I'm feeling. It was not a reflection of you. It was never a reflection of you. Maybe some of you even had a time of unemployment that was really healing for you and important for you. And I think maybe you were like, no, I was stupid. Like, I couldn't find a job. I wasn't dating anybody. I was hung up on this guy. It wasn't stupid. It was a learning period for you, and it was an adjustment period for you, because I feel like you've also experienced some other kind of change, where maybe you moved after college, or maybe it was moving into college. maybe it was coming out after like discovering sexuality for yourself, or anything like that. Some kind of new experience you were adjusting to. And that doesn't mean like, I actually think this was just people not giving you what you deserve. I don't know if there was like a deeper meaning to it, but you definitely didn't deserve it. But I will say that meaningful time where you were like, this sucks, nothing's happening for me, I should be dating, or like, I should still be applying for jobs. You were hurt, and I will tell you, it was not a time of urgency for you. I think you were being provided for, or you had enough to provide for yourself. But I will say, I think it was a necessary time. And like, that might not click now, but I think you'll look back on it and be like, yeah, like that was like an adjustment period, because I still had all this new stuff going on. Or like, I still had like this really huge change coming in. This is something you're healing and working through. From winter. I also think I said defrosting. It's going to start to make more sense, because I feel like it felt nonsensical. You're going to be like, wait, that wasn't my fault. I had this going on. Wait, all these people there were really, really old, and like there was nobody who looked like me or was part of my demographic. Wait, I'm hearing stuff about this guy who treated me like shit. Wait, all this stuff is happening. Wait, I've had all these bad experiences on Tinder, so it can't be that great. Whatever it is for you, you're getting clarity, and it's going to be really, really healing for you. I hope that this provided some clarity too. I'll reaffirm it one more time. This was not a reflection of you. This was projection. And just like not choosing the right space for yourself. But I think you're in it now. I think you're in the right space now. That's what I'm really, really feeling here. Yeah. Okay, pretty girl, I got my Coke Zero, but the next thing I want to cover with you is, hi Ivy, my cat's in here. Your inner glow up coming with this like season of bloom. Do you see the paws? No? But, but yes, your inner glow up coming with this bloom. So like, what's going on? What's changing in you? Because I do want to remind you, like, even when we don't think we're growing, we're growing. And that happens as long as we are like feeding the things that make us happy in our lives, okay? That's how we change. That's how we grow. It's like that energetic change. You're always changing and becoming better, okay? And that's what this card is about. Like what that change is going to be within the spring, within this time, and also within the warmer seasons, okay? So I love that energy. So I want to get into this with you. You really chose the springiest deck that I picked out. Here, I'll give it one more shuffle. What inner glow up is pile 2 having with this blooming season? The High Priestess, which is a really, really cool big one to have. That's about feeling more self-assured, especially with the Page of Coins coming up. And I also think you are changing and getting experience within something you care about with the Emperor and the Queen of Brooms here. I do think you might step into a position of authority, whether it is learning to take the lead in your relationships and like have more autonomy and really, really make sure whoever you're dating is your equal. I feel like maybe that's something you had an issue with. You were like, there's like a power imbalance here where I am telling this man like everything that like he's doing is okay, even if it's not, as long as I am the one he's choosing. And I feel like you had an experience where like you were a little bit of a doormat and just doing anything to please this person. But sometimes even when we're showing consideration to people, if we aren't teaching people how to treat us, sometimes we get run over and everything. I feel like you're not doing that anymore, but for some of you this is also going to be a position of authority in a place you care about. And like that could be like becoming a manager at like a place you work at, or like planning a girls trip, but you ending up with the one with responsibility. There's a change here. I also think maybe like say you're in college, learning your responsibilities, or say you're living on your own for the first time. I definitely think there's something here about you learning responsibility and growing a little bit, but it's not necessarily bad, because I feel like it's something you are going to be proud of yourself for. I think something you've always wanted, especially with the star, is to call your own shots. The High Priestess, she symbolizes knowledge, but like when you're applying it to a person, and not a figure on a card who physically knows everything, we garner knowledge over time. Because that is how the human brain works. That is how our experiences go. We learn through experiences we have or experiences we seek out. So I want to remind you, you don't have to know everything about everything, and you don't have to be sure. You just have to make educated guesses and the best choices for yourself as far as you can see. And mistakes are fine if you're doing your best, okay? Because mistakes are how we learn. Mistakes are fine if you're doing your best. They're also inevitable if you are doing something for the very first time you've never done before. But I do feel like you have a support system here, because there are people who have come before you that have gone through this, have worked on what you're working on. There are people who have come before you that you can ask for help when you need, whether that be parents or like a older friend you meet in the workplace, or an older sister who gives you advice on dating, or a roommate, or anyone, or like an influencer you really resonate with. But there's just something important here about following your own gut and just learning as much as you can and making the best choices you can. Don't get so in your head and don't worry so much about screwing up. You don't give yourself a chance to succeed. Because I know sometimes we worry so much about doing the right thing and being on time and doing this and doing this and doing this and getting it right the first time, that we mess up just worrying so much about like our process and what we're doing. First off, if this is leadership and this is authority, I feel like it comes natural to you with the star. And something that's coming up for me again is like whoever falls under that Cancer placement, researching and looking into that so you can understand your own strengths. I almost feel like. But with the High Priestess here, it's following your intuition in the decisions you make. And intuition, I feel like somebody's going to roll their eyes. Intuition is not just a feeling. It comes from the information we gather. And intuition is that voice that suggests to us what to do with that feeling. That's what intuition is. It's not some superpower, because otherwise we wouldn't all be able to access it. It's about listening to yourself and hearing the best solution for your problem. And that comes when we can honor our voice, when we can be like, okay, like I have this opportunity and I'm sure I can do something with it. What should I do here? And it's about trust and listening to your own better judgment, because it's something you feel. And it's something that should feel right, okay? And you are already practicing your intuition. If you felt like this reading was for you and I picked up on your situation, if this feels right and you've been here and all this is resonating, imagine this. You used your intuition to pick a pile and you landed on the right one and you found a reading that resonates with you. You're more comfortable with that than you'd admit, I think. And it's something you can apply to so many other areas in your life. Especially if dealing with people and making your own decisions and leadership is something that already comes naturally to you. This High Priestess, what glow up is blooming is really going to come natural to you. And the reason it's next on your path and it's a glow up that's happening is because it's a natural progression of you growing from where you're already at with everything you already are. I will always say I think it's cool that Linda came up too, because that bodice on the top of her dress has always kind of been shaped like a butterfly. You are going through a transformative time where you are just kind of refining and leaning into your beauty and what makes you you and your talents and what you're gifted at and what works for you. You kind of leaning into it and being able to go at it from like a professional stance right now, or like go at it through relationships, a wiser person. Or however this resonates for you. However this resonates for you. If it resonates, it resonates. Apply it to your situation. But like any moment you felt disempowered from, you are wisening up from and getting something better for yourself with. That's gorgeous. And it's with your own role. It's with your own rules, and it's working because it's something that already comes natural to you. What you need to use to get from point A to point B is something that already lives in you. Kunzite is like your own power. Like your own power of your heart space. It's courage too, because wanting better for yourself and actually chasing it takes courage, because sometimes we want what just comes easy and what comes to us. You want what's better for you and you're willing to sacrifice to get it, and that's brave. You're willing to try new things to get it, and that's brave. You're willing to challenge yourself to get it, and that's brave. I love you, Pile 2. I will say your energy feels very girly pop and very respectful, very community oriented. You feel like a friend. You feel very open-minded. If anybody deserves this success, if anybody deserves beautiful relationships and friendships and coworkers and like independence and a life you love, it's you, Diva. Yeah. Okay, Diva, so what's next for you is 5, a way to nurture your body and your joy in the warmer seasons. And what that has kind of meant to me with the first pile, and also when I was making the spread, is just like there is so much we love to do. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure you're centered. There is so much we love to do that's pretty seasonal, especially if you live in a chillier place. I live in the Midwest, kind of, but like even in like February and like December, we have like 50-degree days sometimes. And also I tend to be an indoor kitty and like stay in and like crochet and watch movies and stuff. I never get enough sun, but like when spring comes around, I always want to go outside and like run through the sprinklers and like draw with chalk and like go walking at night on like a busy avenue and like take myself out, or like do like the craft fair and like farmers market thing. So like I really want to get into that with you. Just because I think like also like all that stuff is so great, not only for our body, like getting like sunlight and walking on the beach and everything, or like going out like drinking with your friends and like hanging out for spring, or even like special like Easter egg hunts like with like kids or like your nieces and nephews and stuff. There's so much like joy to be found during the warmer seasons that has like positive effects on your physical body too. And I wanted to see what I was gonna get for that. Okay, so like that's what's next for us here. So I'm just going to read on that for you, okay? I just think it's also one of my favorite times of the year. I have a summer birthday, but I have a Taurus moon, and May and like April always feel like such a smooth, calm time for me. Let's see. Oh, I don't need that many. I'll just take the one off the top. We have the King of Wands. Ooh, that is so interesting. There might be some people here who love to lead pride parades. There might be some of you here who care a lot about protesting and making change at the moment. And I think because it's outdoors, there will be a lot of opportunity for you to do that. I also think it makes you feel good. It energizes you, and it also makes change in the world. And it's a chance for you to get frustration out about the way things are. What else are clarifiers here? 4 of Cups, Ace of Wands, the Hermit. Some of you also like love to run, or love to even do like community like volleyball or something. There's also, and like this is a little funny to me, but it might be for somebody. Some of you might be beach lifeguards, and you love it because you get to be under the sun and be in front of the ocean and help and be present there. Ooh, there might also be like cruise line workers. But there's something here that like just like feeds your desire for like adventure a little bit, like as tacky as it sounds. I feel like you are people who really care about making the most of your days, especially if you really love those times of year, or these times of year. But yes, there's like an opportunity for you to get energy out here. Maybe for some of you, you even run in an area that you love to run at, especially with the Chariot here. An area that you love to run at was maybe under construction, or destroyed or something, but there's going to be freedom for you to either go back to a place you love to exercise in, or you will be finding a new place. But you're going to be able to get back into whatever it is that lights you up and energizes you, whether that be protesting or running. The Chariot here also makes me think of travel, but a travel that we're making commitment to. So you really could be cruise line workers or a lifeguard on a cruise or anything like that. But there's some opportunity you are taking to do consistently within the spring and the summer and the warmer seasons. That's going to be really great for you and burns off some energy. Because I feel like that's kind of how you regulate. You are somebody who lives very loudly, and I also think like responsibility and helping others feels really great for you. With the Strength card here, you love something community-based where there are people around. You love being part of a community, and you also just love being in the presence of other people, I think you are a natural-born extrovert leaning ambivert, or just like a natural-born extrovert. But you are very in touch with yourself this time of year, I always feel. Probably because you have a lot of time to make decisions and like make commitments that like feel in alignment with you. I feel like spring and summer are maybe when you feel most energized. Just because this is when you have the most time to do those things that fall in alignment with you, that makes sense to you. Some of you may also have a friend you don't really ever get to see except for these times of year. They are thinking of you too. They are excited to see you too. That's so beautiful. But yes, they are thinking of you too. They are also excited to see you. If you are somebody who ever likes to slow down, I do think there are movies coming out around this time in summer that would make you happy. I keep on talking about summer. I do plan on doing a totally separate video for that because like I said, like I love that forecast kind of thing I've always done for myself. I've been gatekeeping it, but like not really, because I think this will be my 8th pick a card or something. They're all self-love related and really, really cool. They're all about building a relationship with yourself. But I think I've only been doing this since like sometime in the winter. So I wasn't gatekeeping, okay? I just gotta start making them more. But I had already done my winter one. So I was kind of sitting on this like a chicken on an egg, and I was like, why don't I do it for spring? And I was like, okay, sounds good. So I don't know. I hope y'all like these. I'll do a separate one for summer. I just keep on bringing it up. But like this is kind of what's coming for you in the spring. It might bleed into summer, you know? Let's see, what else? I think it's so cute you got Elphaba and Fiero next to each other, because you're cute, pile 2. Ooh, we're going to do your charms and oracles. Okay, Miss Diva? Ka-chow. Sorry, that is like my biggest vocal stem lately. But I do, oh, my cat is here. I do have my beautiful air dry clay dish that my best friend made me for Christmas. She is scratching my stool, okay? But I am going to put it here because I love to like frame it with the cards. If you are unfamiliar with charm casting, I basically have all these little silver and brass charms, and all I do is take however many I grab in there, toss them in here. And I love symbolism because I've like been a writer to some degree all my life. So I interpret whatever shapes, images the charms come out as, and interpret them to give you like an extra little message. It's also fun because it's like a little ASMR moment for you. Hold on, Diva, stay right here. Little intermission for like 5 seconds. Okay, so we have the little cell phone, Saturn, our little DNA symbol, and the mirror. Ooh, funny enough, I see some reflection for you on your standards with something. So your standards in relationships and what you accept and don't accept. But this could also show up for me as somebody working on their relationship with technology. Working on your screen time, or working on at least like what like media you consume if it's upsetting for you. Or things like that. Having better boundaries with social media and like what it is you are choosing to engage in and everything is something I really see coming up for you and you working on. Because Saturn for me is so often about our routines and everything. That cell phone being quite literal for me, but also your boundaries, and like if you are really active on social media, maybe feeling the need less and less with the mirror and the DNA symbol and like the personal nature of those, telling me like I also think your phone could have to do with like the personal nature of your life. Maybe you're very vocal on social media and like there's a need here to be more private about it, either because of what you do or also you just wanting to be more private about what you post and like change your relationship with social media. Or like this is learning more about like branding or business, if you fall into having any of that in your life. But there's just something here about your relationship with technology changing, okay? Whether that be how much you're on your phone or like any of the other things I talked about, but there's something here about your routine and your usage and your relationship with technology, for the most part, with the cell phone and like Saturn showing up. With like all these like self-reflection themes here and like Saturn too. If you are 27, 28, 29, or even like approaching 60, you may be going through a Saturn return or starting that. I know that Saturn just moved into Aries. and a couple years are gonna pass, and then I'm gonna have mine in Taurus. So I do know that some people a little bit older than me are beginning their Saturn return. If you want to look that up, it's a time of like change and self-reflection, because like I said, Saturn is the planet of like responsibility and legacy and routines and like our habits and like what we have or don't have in our life. Just brings to the forefront all those different things. It's nothing to fear. It's just an astrology transit. Some of you might be moving or have the desire to move, or just suddenly feel it and start researching like different places you'd like to live in, or hear whispers of a promotion or something within where you work, or like something happening to you culturally that you hear about that makes you want to move. That may come up for you. But there's like deep self-reflection here when it comes to like, actually it doesn't even feel very deep, it just feels like looking at your choices. But there's just some reflection happening around like the more like practical parts of your life is what I'm feeling. But I do really like that, because it just makes room. Change can feel scary, and like even like the idea of change can feel scary, I will say. That's because we're human and like we like our security and like for things to not change. It's biological, it makes sense. But I will say like change can also bring us great things, because a lot of times when we feel like we need to make a change, it just brings us closer to a life that's fulfilling for us, a life that's meant for us. So as like confusing as change can be to navigate, I don't know, it's making more room for joy and love and peace in your life, and finding a life that brings you peace and finding a life that feels good. Change is a friend. It can just be really confusing and tricky and anxiety racking to navigate, but I think you're very in touch with yourself, and I think you're going to be fine. You don't have to make any decisions. I almost feel like this is not a time for making decisions. I feel like this is a time to like observe your thoughts and the things around you, and like work on making decisions, your pros and cons, what feels in alignment with you, what doesn't, because that's all going to make itself very obvious and rear its head, just so you can find your direction and you can find your footing, you know? But I love you so very much. That makes sense for me here with the cell phone being able to symbolize communication too. Change and just your awareness growing around things. But I am going to pull you your oracle cards. And I always start with these first because they're like so cutesy. These are like my fairy oracle cards. And they're pretty like self-love oriented and really nice to pull and gorgeous. So I'm going to pull you like 2 of these, okay, to start with. Here, I'll take one. Expect the best because you deserve it. Yes. Okay. So when these changes come up, Or you can just take this literally. This is just something I'm channeling. When these changes come up, you listen to what's best for you, because that's what's going to lead you to your best results, okay? You might get an opportunity like moving and like not want to move. But there's coming a situation where you're going to need to listen to yourself and your own needs to make the best decision for you. I'm looking at the hair because you know your history and you know your energy and what works for you. Because an opportunity might be great, but sometimes it goes against who we are. Sometimes it goes against our morals and our history and who we are. And you can find great opportunities where you don't have to compromise your morals, your values, or like the things that matter most to you. Don't do something that's not in alignment with you out of a fear of lack, okay? Because I also think you will be able to protect your happiness and you will feel better if you are making choices in alignment with you. I also think somebody's having a physical glow up, or like if you are trying to get healthier hair or grow it back or anything, that's happening here. You'll start to see those changes within spring. There's a lot of fun and surprise and opportunity coming for you, and just a need for you to live your life from a place that's authentic for you, okay? Making choices from a place that's healthy and works for you. But I am going to pull you another one as well. I think it's so funny we're doing a reading on spring though, and there's fucking snowmen on these cards. Not everything needs overthinking, which is usually pretty straightforward. I always say intuition whispers and anxiety screams. So, like, if what feels right is smaller and a whisper instead of fear-mongering, and I don't know, if a decision arises, or like if you're not sure about something, tell people to wait. Tell people to wait to let you think and prioritize, because a lot of times people want fast answers, and sometimes they want fast answers so we can't say no, so we do what so like we fit into whatever they're aiming for, whatever they're working on. You don't have to do that, not when you are a person with autonomy and your own life and your own lifestyle and your own morals and values, okay? Nothing is a rush, and whatever people come to you asking for can wait, okay? They can wait if you need 2 days to think on it. They can wait if you need a month to think on it. And guess what? If they decide they just want to give it to anybody and they don't want to wait, that's on them. And they're losing something really great. But don't let anybody rush you, or I'm feeling very protective over you. Rush you or make you feel like you have to make some big decision or an impactful decision on their own timing. That's ridiculous. Not my pile 2 divas. Not my pile 2 divas. My pile 2 divas can take time. Okay? Especially with expect the best because you deserve it. Because there's something here about protecting your integrity and protecting your self-worth and protecting your heart and what you bring to the table, because it's very special, okay? Very special, and it's something precious to protect. That's really important to me, that you make decisions that work for you. And listen, challenging yourself by taking an opportunity is different than abandoning yourself and making a choice you rushed, okay? Because challenging yourself means, okay, this is in alignment with me and it's gonna push me, but it's not harming me and it's not going against my values. And I feel safe here and I feel good doing this. Abandoning yourself is giving way and making a choice where you aren't prioritizing your needs, where you're not making time for your needs, where you were pressured to make a fast decision and go with somebody. And a challenge can, something that's challenging you positively can leave you tired and be a little difficult, but leave you in a place where you can still meet your needs. Abandoning yourself gets rid of all of that, and it burns you out, and it doesn't leave time for your needs, and it doesn't take care of you. And if you're not taking care of you, you find burnout and you have nothing left for yourself. Okay? That's not what we're doing, okay? Because sustainable success here with Expect the Best Because You Deserve It. Look, she is not unkempt. She's put together. She has everything she needs and she's worked hard for all of it. And that is what I want for you. But for that to happen, I want you to be making choices from your intuition, not from fear, worry that they're going to pick somebody else if you wait too long to make a decision or anything like that. Because if they do, they weren't really invested in you. They were invested in finding somebody for what's on their agenda, okay? I care about you. Okay, if somebody values you and having you only, they are committed to you and your needs. But I need you to be careful about your decisions and what makes sense for you and what is going to challenge you, not what is going to make you abandon yourself, okay? Because I want your soar and your rise to still be a place where you are meeting your needs and taking care of yourself and protecting your mind, okay? That's what matters to me most. Pile 2. Not any of these other people, not any of these opportunities. Pile 2 and their well-being matters to me. Speaking of well-being, I also today made a point to whip out my crystal oracle deck, okay? Because something I also love to do is when I'm pulling those cards for myself and doing that forecast kind of thing for every season, I always like pull a crystal too, and I keep it in my wristlet or my bag. And if you're not a crystal person, absolutely fine. You absolutely do not have to be. It's really just adding extra information. But if you do like crystals and you decide you would like to get it and work with it and just keep it on you during the spring, the next couple months while all this is happening, that would be really cool. It should be easy to pick up, and I love you so very much. Like I said, if that is not something you vibe with, it's really just also adding extra information. But I, of course, am going to pull you one of these, okay? It is pretty big, so I shuffled this one off camera, but let's see what we get. I know, when I pulled cards for myself for the winter, I pulled Pyrite back in November, And I'm going to pull them again for winter, but I bought a piece of pyrite and kept it in my wristlet all that time. So for pile 2, whoops, malachite. This is really, really interesting. It's definitely a stone of change, and sometimes I think as powerful as moldavite, if you know about that, but it is a little bit easier to access. And then you also have diamonds. But with malachite, what am I getting here intuitively off the bat? There's going to be a lot of excitement around any opportunities that come up, and like any opportunities that are presented to you, anything somebody invites you to or asks you to, but you are allowed to practice discernment, and it's okay. It's okay to protect your energy. You don't need to give all of your energy to everybody, okay? It's okay to discern between who you connect with and who you want to give your time to, and who you are just polite and cordial with, and who like you don't connect with. I really, really want you to follow your intuition about who you're going to be able to bond with, and who cares about you and your needs and what you share, and who is just out for their own agenda, okay? Because I also think you fill your life with what you love. And some people are on the same path as you, but do it from a very hollow place. They do it because there's money in it, or they do it because there's security in it, or they do it for what they can get. They date for what they can get, and things like that, whatever this is. But like, you'd be surprised to know that not everybody lives from as much of an authentic place as you. And malachite is telling you to like protect that authenticity and hang on to like your mission statement and your secret sauce and why this is important for you and why you do it. This is one of my mom's favorites. It's absolutely beautiful. It's also about transformation, but also hanging on to your sense of self and nurturing your sense of self while you're going through that transformation. And like, that's intuition too, like that discernment. These were your charms, by the way. If any of them have personal meaning to you. But yes, again, you got malachite. So we have malachite, clarity of thought and emotions, the right use of intellect, integrating thoughts and intuition. Overthinking can make you feel like you are starting to lose it, but malachite spirit has appeared to let you know that there is a difference between unproductive ruminating and taking the time to apply logic that can help you make sense of what you know. See? Reasoning with clarity means the right use of your intellect as you consider all the evidence you have encountered. This includes evidence produced by opening yourself to messages from the conscious universe through your first sense. Intuition. Your reasoning powers are at their peak right now, so let go of any beliefs that would make you doubt malachite spirit's message, which is to trust that you are smart enough to sort through all the information you have. I'll also read you the relationship message and the prosperity. So relationship message. Are you trying to justify knowing what you know? Malachite spirit is here to tell you that you are both smart and wise. When you consider what is currently happening with your relationships, right thinking is married to your inner wisdom, which is guided and provided by the conscious universe. Trust that you have the ability to balance the incoming message from your rational self and the part of you that just knows. See? Honor your emotions, but be guided by the conscious universe and your intellect to help you make decisions. For your emotions right now may be an echo of the past, out of proportion with what is happening today. Meditate and it will be easier to see the evidence and use valid reasoning and intuition to weigh it. Prosperity message. Malachite has appeared to tell you something very important, that you know more than you think you know. Have you given your power away when it comes to building wealth, fearing that you can't be trusted to figure out your own finances? Do you feel unworthy of abundance because you fear you will squander it? Too often, old stories rooted in scarcity thinking shape our attitudes towards prosperity. You are reminded now that you have what it takes intellectually to make sense of your financial situation and grow your wealth. The conscious universe will send signs that you are on the right track, so free yourself from the old fears and begin trusting yourself. Malachite is a beautiful stone that helps integrate our personal power, hearts, and intellect simultaneously. It allows us to come from a place of authority without losing sight of what is for the highest good of all. It is a useful stone when exploring issues around the next right actions in families and organizations. See? I love you so very much. I think malachite is going to be a great help to you right now. But also, if you ever need to hear its message again and why it's so important, this will always be a Barbie core and pink psychic self-love oriented space for you, okay? I'm just happy you took this moment to connect with yourself and be here with me and let me hype you up and talk about you and make you feel good. I love you so very much. Like I said, I plan on doing one of these during the summer. But if you would like to hang out with me and subscribe, all of my readings are always self-love related, always about you and always for you. I love you so very much. Thank you for being here. Get some malachite if you so choose. I adore you, and I am so happy you came to hang out with me today. I love you very much, Pile 2. I love you. Thanks for being here with me, and take care. All right? I love you. Bye. Hello there, beautiful Pile 3. Last but never ever least, okay? I love you so very much. This pile is for you if you chose the My Melody Tarot and this beautiful, really gemmy, clear, like high grade rose quartz I got recently. I love. Okay? And she's gorgeous. I'm actually gonna put her, there's nowhere to put it where it's really balanced. Let's put her right there, okay? But welcome to your reading. And all I am about here on this channel is self-love and helping you create time to honor yourself, okay? So thank you so much for choosing to take some time out for yourself, choosing me because I do everything self-love related. You are doing something for yourself just by being here. You picked a beautiful deck, and this reading this reading is on how you are blooming this spring. But the origins of this are kind of, I have had tarot reading in my life for about 5 years now. I started doing it in February when I was 21. And ever since then, I've always loved a weekly forecast, a monthly forecast, but something I've always done for myself privately on my own is pull 3 or 4 cards every season of the year to highlight any like major themes for me to reference back to and look at and connect with, so I can stay on path and make sure I'm living a life in alignment with my values and moving towards things I want that make me happy and taking care of myself. So that's kind of the purpose of this reading, to make you feel good, let you know where you're at, where you're going, fun that's coming up, all that stuff. This is a space for you. Get comfortable however you can. I love you so, so, so very much. The first thing I'm always going to do, just to rule out anxiety and help you know for sure if this is for you or not, is always a card for an overall energy check. So like one tarot card, and it should really, really speak about wherever you're at in your life, whatever's going on in the present. And that should resonate. Just so you know if this reading is for you or not. Sorry, I was just plugging in my phone. But I feel ready if you feel ready, okay? Pause this if you want to get a nice drinky or a little snacky, and we will settle in, and I will shuffle out your first card, okay? So if this resonates, this reading is for you. If not, you can try one of my other piles. If none of them resonate, there may not be a message for you today. But I hope you can hang out with me, relax, and let me gas you up, okay? I love you so much. Let's see. But we will start with our first card being an energy check. Let me see if I get one, or if I should just pull. I'll just pull. So we have the World. So, this can mean the beginning of a cycle or the end of a cycle. But I do think that maybe you have left a job for some of you. Because of a difference in values or just a new addition to a place that sapped your joy out of what you used to do, okay? There was a big, big difference here and an overstepping of your lines and your boundaries. I think your boundaries were crossed. 6 of Cups. 8 of Swords. Yes, there was like an unexpected change, and somebody who was supposed to protect you let you down and steered something you care about in the wrong direction with the World here. But there is a sense of freedom and renewal. I think right now the best thing for you to do is, I want you to hear you're in no rush to make any decisions. I feel like this is very new. You're in no rush to move on to the next phase of your life. You're in no rush to make any rash decisions or have to get yourself back out there right now. It's okay to collect yourself and calm down and take whatever private time you need and do your thing. I'll take confirmation because it's spring and there are little flower petals all over the card. Something here, if you had to wear a certain outfit or something that was ever uncomfortable, for some of you, you're in theater and have lost a part, or if we're in theater and there's somebody leading it, or somebody like foiled the experience for you and you have had to separate yourself from it. I'm so sorry about that. I will say, I still think there's so much opportunity for you in the world, wherever it might be. The world here is a fresh start. I also think maybe you were very, very committed to this place, this organization, whatever it is I'm picking up on. So much so, it was sort of limiting the opportunities you would seek in your other time because you had such a sentimental attachment to it, or it was almost like training wheels. Like it taught you the fundamentals, but you were in a place where you were only operating from the fundamentals. And this could be anything. This could be like a different program in your college. This could be theater. This could be working in like a mental facility or like a hospital facility. But there's something here where like you didn't have a trajectory for growth anymore because the stuff they had you doing in this place was really fundamental and like wasn't challenging you to learn new skills or anything. I know this is like a really heartbreaking thing. I'm just trying to help you see the positives here. But I do think this was a necessary thing, and like you're not gonna believe it yet, but with the World card, you were on the right path. The right things are happening here. I really believe that. And with the roses in bloom and everything, I really think you've taken a lot and this place has given you a start. And I'm sorry like your last experience with it was so poorly. I actually don't think everybody who resonates this, I actually don't think this opportunity is over for you, but I do think there's going to be a break period. And I do think you have a choice about whether or not you want to go back. For some of you, it's over. For some of you, there's an option to go back. But I would not, especially because I feel like with the world here, the world can be the culmination of our efforts and the end of a cycle, which usually means we've reaped all the benefits something has for us. I don't think you need to turn backwards. I just think you have a sentimental attachment to this place. That is what I'm getting, and this reading is going to get more and more lighthearted. Loss is difficult, but I definitely think this is something you can transmute and alchemize into being an opportunity for you, into being freedom for you. But I am sorry something important to you was taken from you. But I do think there's more out there for you at the same time. I love you, pile 3. Like, what's done is done, but you are leaving with so much. You are leaving with so much. I do love you, pile 2, and I want this to become more uplifting. But if that was your energy checking card, and if that resonated with where you're at, stick around because this reading is most definitely for you. I love you so, so, so very much, okay? And the second card is going to be a seed you planted that will blossom before summer. And this could be a really small habit you've started, or like an art project, or or something on a grander scale, like getting an internship or getting into like a program. But there is, this card is going to be on something that is blooming and blossoming into your life before summer. Something you will finally start to see the benefits of, and something you will finally feel start to move. So I am going to pull a card for that, okay? Okay, so let's get into that and pull a card. I'll take this one. It almost flipped. Okay, so we have the Two of Pentacles for what is blossoming for you by summer. I think your health's improving. This might be very specific, but I think for one person, somebody is getting braces off or getting Invisalign, but somebody has been working on their teeth and like making their mouth a healthier place. And I think that is working for you. I think you are either coming by the resources to get help, or especially with the Three of Pentacles, the Queen of Swords, the Ten of Pentacles here, that talks about a good doctor or a place that wants to help you. I also have the Star, the Page of Pentacles, and the Nine of Wands. So this is something that has brought you insecurity, that you felt like you were in between a rock and a hard place with. For some of you, this is also getting insurance. If you have been taking off, or you've just like never had it, or you've always been on your parents, somebody is growing into their independence a little bit and getting insurance to help with something they are doing. And the reason it's blossoming by summer, and the reason it's been a process, I think, is because that stuff can be a little bit hard to obtain. But you're doing it, you're coming by the resources, because I think if you haven't been saving up, you've just been researching, really trying to find something that's going to fit your needs and is accessible for you. And I finally think you're coming across it. I have my little Coke Zero. The Two of Pentacles. The Two of Pentacles is about patience. Also, if you have any appointments or any health, health checkups or anything you've been avoiding, you are going to have free time sometime within the next 3 months where you're like, oh God, like I have to get this done, but it's unpleasant for me. I don't want to go. I have to get this done. I also think anybody wanting to get gender affirming care is having a breakthrough as far as finding a doctor and getting resources and anything like that. It's been something you really want, that's almost a need for you, that's been hard to meet. And that could also be I really need to go to this doctor's appointment. I haven't wanted to because I don't like it there. But something is changing here. You're going to have the spare time, and you're not going to need to go. Nothing bad is going to happen, but you're going to be like, oh geez, you're getting calls, or the little slips in the mail from your dentist's office where they're like, you're overdue for a cleaning by 1 year, and you're like, shit, that kind of thing. But yes, gender affirming care and getting work done on your teeth or anything, or like trying to find insurance is something that's coming in for you. Sorry, I'm trying to see what else I get. It might be a personal journey too. Like if you were somebody who like always needs a friend with you, or like a support system when you go to anything like a doctor's appointment, I don't know if you're gonna have that this time. But I do think if you communicate very, very clearly within that space, or with the doctor, with the nurse, or with the receptionist, somebody is going to show you a lot of kindness and show up for you and accompany you. All you need to do is like advocate for yourself and be like, hey, I'm a little nervous. I didn't bring anybody with me. Could somebody be in the room with me to support me? Because people will do that. I also think whatever doctor you find, if this is a medical thing and not something else, is going to be knowledgeable and kind and empathetic and have good bedside manner. I also think like they might be very educated and seem a little bit reserved, but they are funny. They are funny and they are respectful. And they are very accomplished. You may end up actually getting turned to somebody else. For some of you, for a certain thing, this person is going to be very helpful and know somebody personally they trust who can help you. But for sure, like with this spring, something you've been wanting, working towards, looking for, is coming to be. That is like this. Because I feel like it's been very, very uncomfortable for you to wait for this change with the Two of Pentacles here, either physically, emotionally, worried for your security, that sort of thing. This is working itself out. You will find a solution, and this will get going for you. Things are going to be okay. Because I feel like you felt off balance because this is something that's like been a need for you and you just haven't been able to obtain it. You're getting it. That's happening for you, Diva. Because Two of Pentacles is about balance, but sometimes it's something we need effort for and working out the details so we can get from point A to point B. That's kind of what this card is about. I am paying attention to there being flowers on both cards. Very spring coated. I do think there will be a celebration for some of you upon this really cool thing happening with your friends. I'm seeing a picnic on the beach with your friends for some of you, or your partner. Ooh, some of you are getting engaged or taking the next step in a relationship this spring. Also, you could be watching this during the spring of any year, okay? All of my readings are timeless. I am posting this in March of 2026. You could be finding this in March 2029. Anytime. Only thing you might find annoying when you have this work done when you have this medical stuff done, when you get this work done, is like diet changes. So like if you haven't gotten your blood drawn in years and like you need to fast and like you can only have water, you're gonna be like, oh my god, what do you mean I can't have brekkie? Or like or like if you get braces, you're gonna be like, oh my god, what do you mean I can't have gummy bears and shit? Things like that. That may be the only thing you're not foreseeing and thinking about you're gonna find annoying. But it's like a small price to pay if you are getting care you need and help you need, you know? If you're getting something you've been wanting. But I love you so very much. I'm ready to move on to the next card. So this is going to be something you're healing from winter. And this could be like a really tiny disappointment or something bigger that you could be in the healing process of or getting over just now. But just something that's healing from winter. That is my cat. Come here. Okay. Something pile 3 is healing from winter. The Lovers. So this might be literal for some of you, a breakup. For one of you had like an amicable split where maybe somebody is moving pretty far away, or like they found their sexuality changed and they mislabeled or something like that. But there is a separation here to something you cared about that served you and made you happy for a really long time that is ending just out of circumstance, not out of things like that. I also think a lot of you, if you relate to that situation, care about this person and you are trying to reconnect and figure out how to be friends, because I still think you really enjoy each other's company, but maybe like you were together like romantically for like 2 years or something like that, and like your dynamic is slow to change. I can tell you it is going to change and things are going to work out here. You guys really do complement each other, no matter what sort of relationship dynamic you have in your life. You know, if it's like chosen family or you guys are best friends, or and we're just like formerly partners, but there's something here where this person is meant to be a constant presence in your life. I think you guys are just, also this could be a poly situation for some people, with more than one partner or one person not being into it anymore and it creating a little bit of a rift, but you all enjoying each other's company too much to ever separate and not be friends or anything. Or even if you're poly and like working through a conflict, there's something here where you are just returning balance and going back to the roots and like why you really enjoy each other's company, without any control about like where things need to be or like if something needs to be romantic. And things are changing here for the better. There's a reset happening so you can like maintain connection, because you and these people, or you and this person, do care about each other. There's like a returning home. So, and I do think if you're the only person putting effort in right now, that's just because somebody else is still emotionally processing if this is fresh. And things like that, but there is going to be a coming back together, because I do feel as if everybody is on the same page here. You could have even been the person who initiated this split, even if it was a suggestion because you thought it would be better for all involved. And you're right. I just think like people are like still adjusting. You like can't rush people to emotionally process, you know? They have to do it on their own. But I do think everybody is on the same page here, and there is this solid yes that everybody still wants to be connected. It's just everybody emotionally processes at their own pace. Everybody unpacks things at their own pace. And there's no rushing it, but usually that emotional processing time gives us space to collect our thoughts and really understand what we personally ourselves want out of something. So give this person their time to cook. Give these people their time to cook. Be persistent. Show them love. Continue to build that friendship and be friendly. And I think I see things coming back together platonically. However this is going to be. But I do think it's possible to maintain strong connections with this person or people. It's just everybody takes their own time to process. Everybody takes their own time to get from point A to point B, even when they're all on the same page. Maybe movies and things that are passive are easier with this person right now. Going to the movies, painting together, that stuff, going out and dancing. Low pressure things that you did once when you were just friends. Low pressure, because things are changing, and I keep on like saying like low pressure or like less pressure. Somebody felt under pressure like when this was different, like before this happened, before this change. I feel like somebody felt they were okay with something and they're not, or somebody felt something was a fit for them and it isn't. Sometimes you mesh on a friendship level and a familial level, but not on a romantic level, because you can be compatible as people and not want the same kind of thing. You know, having like an emotional connection doesn't mean you have to explore something romantic. I feel like that makes sense for you guys now. This could even be with a friend, and just like maybe something fostered codependency and you both noticed it and were like, hey, this isn't healthy, this needs to change, we need space, you know, we're only connecting over this one shared experience, there needs to be more, and are just taking a reset. For some of you, this person might process and decide this isn't a fit for them, but I think for most of you, you're going to maintain a connection with this person. But what's healing here, I think, is closure and clarity on this situation. That clarity on where you guys are at is going to bring you healing. I do think this is a situation from the last couple months, too. Maybe like very recently too. And remember, just because you've made a decision doesn't mean you've fully processed either. Processing your emotions and making a decision and understanding where you're at are different things, because processing is looking into the nuance of our emotions and feeling them instead of analyzing them. And making a decision is just being like, okay, this is what I want next. And we don't always, I think it's important to feel and think. So you completely understand the nuances of a situation, and when you decide to make a decision, if there is one, you've felt and you know. That's what I'm feeling here, though, with the Lovers. I think that's something that's healing. I do think of anything that's emotionally present in you during these warmer seasons, it will be this. But like my biggest advice is just try not to control other people and the pace at which they process and make decision and move, because that won't create longevity. You need to let this person or these people process, and you also need to let yourself process in order to navigate this properly and hold grace and get through this transition. I really, really want to press not pressuring yourself or others. Just because it's the only way to restore fun and like carefree energy, like back to this connection you have, by just letting each other breathe. Hold space for each other. Don't force anything into motion. Hold space for each other. Because it will move slowly, but it'll get there if you only focus on just holding space for each other and not forcing anything. Yeah. But your fourth card is going to be your inner glow up coming with this bloom. So I do want to say, sometimes we think for us to be people who are changing and growing and getting better, it has to be big moves. It has to be getting a job and entering a relationship and doing all these things. And that's just not true, because I am a full believer that we're always growing. If within any part of your life you are making choices that are the best for you and living from your values and trying new things, you're always growing. You're always growing and you're always evolving, okay? You are always in the middle of a glow up, always. You're always changing for the better in some way, as long as you are living a life that is true to you, okay? So this whole card is going to be about your inner glow up, like coming like this spring within this bloom, you know, bloom. But let's see, because this has been my favorite one to do for the first and the second reading. I will say though, you are capable of love and returning balance to these things, and if community is truly what you want, I think you will have this moment of reconnection. But I don't want you to get codependent on it again. So really just focus on like your own fulfillment and who you are when you're not in a relationship anymore, and come back to anything that was part of who you were, that you did for fun before you were romantically involved with anybody. Because having a friend, a true friendship is two whole people coming together and celebrating each other. But your inner glow up with this spring and this bloom. The Six of Swords. Bottom of deck energy is the Queen of Cups. Yeah, you have more free time. And it might feel confusing and upsetting, especially if codependency is something you were in the throes of recently, you might be like, well, like, he's not coming over today, so, like, I don't know what I'm doing, and all that stuff. I still think somebody is crying in bed a lot and, like, doing a lot of those things. Tears are important, and it's important to feel, but letting yourself fall into victimhood and not having any joy in your life is not good. I have seen a lot of people say to do this, but if you find yourself ruminating or anxious, something a lot of people do when I was treating my OCD is set a timer on yourself. So say, okay, I'm allowed to cry for 10 minutes. I'm allowed to be confused on this and ruminate for 10 minutes. And then when that timer goes off, I have to go and do something for myself, whether that be eating fruit or watching a pick a card on self-love or driving to the mall and getting some incense, or like driving to the mall and getting whatever, going to see a movie, whatever. But there needs to be time that you make for yourself, and I think you're going to start to feel a little bit braver about doing it again, about going out on your own again. And you deserve it, okay? Because crying is fair, but when you feel ready to begin a process of healing, is just to make time for yourself and the things you enjoy. You may even want to pick up a piece of rose quartz, because I do think this might be a spiritual pile, the people that are here. You may be into crystals and tarot and all that stuff, like on a deeper level than my other two piles. But rose quartz could be something to work with or invest in. It is a heart healer, and it aligns you with your own energy when you're working with it as a heart healer, if you intend it to be that way. And it can inspire you what opportunities to take for yourself when they arise. And it's also very Venusian. It makes me think of Aphrodite. It can inspire us to take care of ourselves and make time for ourselves and be more in touch with what feels good in our hearts for us. Somebody wants to vision board or scrapbook or junk journal. And that might be something you used to do, or there might be something similar you used to do, or collage. Even if it's digital, whatever it is, there is something artistic that maybe you even learned how to do in like a mental health treatment at one point, or with a therapist, or in school, but it's something you really, really like, that you carry, that you've always done. Somebody does like their own nail sets, because I just started tapping my nails on my palm. I never really do that. There's something creative here that is going to really inspire you and distract you and reconnect you with yourself, because distraction for me here, for you, is not a bad thing if you are doing something you're in touch with and something healthy and productive. So like a video game you love that like is cozy and gets you excited and it helps you ground more than it is competitive, or something artistic, or like fun, like past life meditations and things like that. Some of you have deities that keeps on coming in. Working with and talking to your deities for fun, in a fun way. I'm not in an anxiety confirmation. Is he coming back? Is he coming back? Way. I just called somebody out. I feel it. But I like connecting with them in like a fun way. And I don't know if you celebrate any sort of like the pagan holidays. It's a fun time for that. I know for Beltane, I always get like Pillsbury sugar cookies and like red and yellow icing and put hearts and flowers and suns on them. But you can do any color you like. I really like pink, and I think it's summery. I feel like doing that. It's a time to reconnect with anything you enjoy, because you need to be whole to reconnect with this person and really, really connect in a different way and not fall back into those patterns. So simultaneously, when you are working on yourself, when you were working on self-soothing yourself and growing an identity again that has nothing to do with them, you are making way for resolution here. And if you and this person separate and you decide there's no coming back from it, you are making room for yourself to have healthy friendships again. When you put work into yourself and when you are prioritizing yourself and the things that bring you joy. And that's the glow up I see happening though. You coming back in tune with yourself, taking more privacy, and getting back in touch with your needs. I feel like you had a lot of stimuli and you centered your life around everything but you before, and this Six of Swords is a coming home and private and grounding card. That's where you're going. But that can be so very fun. If you have the resources to, and you've been wanting to go on any sort of trip, you have the resources for it, and I think you should go yourself. Because the Six of Swords can also indicate travel, and I just thought of it. Some more Coke Zero. Yeah, I definitely think travel would be good for you. Some of you want to go to music festivals, which I think would be really great for you just for the outdoor time and the sunshine. Maybe you even know like a friend of a friend or cousins that are going, if you don't want to go by yourself, that I think would be so happy to connect with you and have company. Even if you feel a little bit shy about asking, I think they would be so happy to connect with you, have a bigger group, and I don't know, I think anybody you can find you even know through a friend of a friend would be so inclusive and happy if you came with them on a trip or to a music festival or something. Just figure out who you know interpersonally who's going. You'll find a group. But that's beautiful. I think just experiences that are about you are going to be really healing right now. There might be a period of like very little contact or no contact with this person too. They need that space. So do you. But you are going to be in a main character energy for a little while, especially with the world here. You are getting your autonomy back. Because I think even if you don't want to admit it, I think you were giving up your autonomy to a lot of people for a while. You're getting your autonomy back. That's your glow up, and that's like huge, diva. That's really, really cool. And don't worry, you still know what you like. You still know what you're doing. You are steering this ship. You know what you're doing. And if not, explore and have fun and figure it out. Ooh, coloring would be really, really good for somebody, or somebody has a lot of coloring books somewhere. Color. Something creative is going to be so great for you, because I know I was picking up on it before. Yes. But your fifth card is going to be a way to nurture your body and your joy in the warmer seasons. And I definitely feel for somebody, again, like a music festival would be really special for you. Depending on when you're finding this, but like those happen every year. But this is really the way I phrase this, because spring and summer are like my two favorite seasons, because there's no better time to be outdoors, okay? This is when craft fairs and farmers markets are the most frequent. This is when you can take a box of sidewalk chalk and go outside and go crazy. It's when it's the most accessible. This is when it's the warmest and you can really go swimming in a pool. This is the best time for travel and cruises and everything. This is the best time for picnics. I know like so many people in my life are jealous of me because I've always had a July birthday. So there's always been so much freedom about where I can go and what I can do for my day. But there's so much freedom, and all of it is so beneficial for your physical health. You know, like the sunlight from walking around a craft fair or a farmer's market. Getting your blood pumping and your heart beating when you're dancing and jumping around for live music or at a music festival. Even like free live music, that's accessible too. Outdoor movies that sometimes are screened, I think are so cool. That fresh air is so good for you. Being in water is so good for you. Swimming, and also whether it's in a pool or in the ocean, is aerobic and so healthy for you. A vacation, any sort of trip, is stress relieving and so healthy for you. There's so much that we make time for primarily in the spring and summer that is so great for your body. So this next card is going to be a channel, a way for me to channel a way to nurture your body and your joy in the warmer seasons. So something that's not only great for your body, but something you enjoy personally, okay? My Coke is making me nervous. For one second, let me put it over there. I am notorious for moving my elbows and knocking over water and soda. Let's see. For my beautiful, 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 lively pile 3 divas. A way to nurture their body and joy in these warmer seasons. And honestly, what a time to be like hot and single. Like, what a time to, oh, what a time. What a time. Okay. Your timing is like amazing. I'm trying to help you find the silver linings here because I think they exist in everything. I always say, I think like, of course I believe matter can't be created or destroyed, but I also think because of nature, any sort of pain we have, anything cannot exist without some kind of duality, even if the duality and the good part is still not favorable and still not a great solution. I think everything has duality. There's opportunity in everything. Everything. And sometimes our shit really, really stinks, okay? Really, really stinks. But I always think there is one positive thing to be found, even if it does not trump and it's not bigger than all the bad. But I do think that here in your situation, the good can be just as big. Okay. Let's see what we have for this part, though. A way to nurture your body and your joy in the warmer seasons. Ooh, this one like flipped over for you. This is very like do it for the plot energy with the 5 of Swords. You may want spicy time. Maybe you were unsatisfied in whatever this was, even if you don't want to admit it. Unsatisfied in you know what way. You know what way. And maybe if that was happening, you are going to have an opportunity to meet your needs. Hoe phase type beat. With these 10 of Swords, with these 10 of Pentacles and the Queen of Swords, you are remembering you are hot. And you can find people who want to help you relieve your stress and hear about what you think about at night. You know, you little fantasies. You know, that you read about in books sometimes. Oh, and for some of you, it can be reading spicy books, but you know, there's something here about a hoe phase. And we don't judge. We absolutely don't judge. That's good for your brain too. It makes the it makes some of the happy chemicals. It makes the oxytocin. You know what that good does for you. But yeah, the Queen of Wands. You are remembering that you are hot. Okay, this is the energy of going out to the club, wearing skimpy outfits, having fun, and doing things for the plot or the pee. Okay, but like. Oh, you got me all flustered, but I didn't really foresee this coming. I didn't really ask, but it is going to be good for your body and your brain, apparently. Oh my God. And with the 5 of Swords here, I think you'll be able to find people that are good, but not anybody you have to commit to. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Right? And you may even have some friends. I was picking up on you know, poly stuff before. I was picking up on friends with curts, and everything. And I really, really think that this could be great for you in many ways, Diva. It can help you expand your horizons, and it's very good for your body. It gets you sweating, it gets your heart going, it's fun, it's good for your brain, it can get your jaw going, it can get your hips going. Oh, but I don't know how long I'm gonna sit on this. Oh, you can sit on a couple things like a chair. It's really fun though, and I think it'll be good for you and get you back in touch with your needs. With your needs, it'll get you back in touch with your needs. Oh man. Okay. I'm not laughing. This is not what I thought I was going to be reading on today. I don't really mind. But I'm just saying, there are some ways to get your needs, filled, which could be really fun for you, and remind you how fun it is to like be single, not really have attachment, and listen to yourself, and finally like get over that dry spell. But I think this could be really, really great for you. And I will say I think it's interesting. I got the 6 of Swords and the 5 of Swords. Some pressure is being relieved off of you, and a need you weren't having that is being met. Okay? Which is really, really cool. It's like filling a need for you, but like without attachment and without you needing to compromise your values and your sense of self again, which is really, really cool. But I'm running out of things to say about this, because like I can't say what I need to say, you know, but you get it. I do think I made it very obvious anyway. Oh my god. But I do like this energy though. It made me laugh. I like your first card that I pulled for you felt a little heavy. I was like, damn, this one's gonna be a bummer, huh? No. But like it is self-care. That word is in a self-care oracle I have. I'm not using it today because I kept it in my bag by accident, and I didn't use it for the other piles, but like oxytocin feels really good in our brains and makes us feel better. So it is in there, and it is self-care. Hoe phase, I guess. But I am going to pull you your charms and your oracles. Oh my god. Okay. This is my beautiful little air dry clay dish one of my best friends made me for Chrysler. So if you're unfamiliar with charm casting, I just have these really, really cute silver and brass charms. And I've really, really loved to write all my life, even if I haven't been consistent with it. So I love like imagery and like symbolism, and that's really what it is. So I just like take like a handful of them, throw them in there, see where they land, and it gives us like an extra message. And then I'm gonna pull your oracle cards too, okay? But it's fun. It's like a little ASMR moment. Here. Somebody really, really loves music, and you just like need to hear that like, I don't know, I was picking up on like theater kids and like creative careers with the world here for a couple of you, or most of you. I'm not really sure. I don't know who this resonates with. God. But if it resonates, but like with like the guitar or the violin, the spider overturns and the Pegasus and everything with your charms, I feel like maybe like you had monetized and made a career out of something, or like you had like sensationalized or like social media'd like a hobby or something you love, or just like stopped making time for it. And now that like you don't have restrictions and you have more time that's just for you, you're gonna have time for like it to be about your creative process again. And like with the Lovers here for something that's healing, if you had like any sort of like creative block, it's because you felt a little bit of pressure, and like, or maybe not even pressure, maybe you were just like, oh my god, I do this for a living, I'm playing like I like that, like I'm in this, but like I'm playing a piece like I don't like give a shit about all this stuff. Something was draining and like not fun for you because like it wasn't on your own rules or like agenda at all. Something that really, really mattered to you is becoming fun again. Because there's a certain kind of freedom with that Pegasus and the scissors that just says like it's going to be about your individuality again, instead of like obligation or like parts of it like not being yours anymore. Like it's going to become fun for you again because there was some kind of limit imposed upon it. Okay, so I really think it's gonna become fun again for you, because I like with the spider like on its belly with it like reversed, I almost think of like you were part of like a larger project, or like you were part of like a bigger thing. This is even somebody like on social media, like if you were always like looking up like other people who do the same thing as you, and you stopped enjoying it because you were like, well, I'm not as good as this, I'm not getting as much traction as this, or like I'm posting my stuff and nothing's happening, is it not good? First of all, I will say, not only do I read on here, I also read on TikTok. It's where Twitter is where I got my start, but I stopped reading for a couple years. I've been on TikTok since June, making like general readings and going live twice a week. And sometimes I'm like, whoa, I'm not like Shrek, like I'm not ugly by I'm not ugly by any means, but sometimes like I go and I look and there are girls who like seem really nice but like are like very objectively attractive, and unfortunately TikTok's algorithm is shallow. Okay, they boost people who have faces that are nice on, that are easy on the eyes. Pretty privilege, because social scientists have done stuff on it, is put out first on the algorithm sometimes. And that doesn't mean you're ugly, but it does mean it's harder. And I've actually found YouTube more fulfilling because it's slower and I have room for more creativity, and I don't need to have a hook that pulls people in 3 seconds. You're here because you found me and you want to watch my video. So I will say, like, people care about what you're doing. An algorithm is just like very much you're at the mercy of something else, and it doesn't necessarily mean you're doing something wrong or like what you're creating doesn't matter. Sometimes it's just the algorithm being superficial. But I do see somebody who that is for coming back to sharing their art again and sharing it in a meaningful way that feels fulfilling for you, instead of something other people want you to do, or instead of something you are working for. And I think that's going to be really, really fun. You may have friends you just don't speak to just because you only connect over one thing. And if this happens to be a hobby or this thing you put down, or this thing you want to come back to, with you reconnecting with yourself, reach out. You might find that as you've grown and changed, you actually may have more in common with this person than before. And they might be a support for you and somebody you hang out a lot with during the spring and summer. I actually, in my mind, was seeing a whole bunch of Instagram posts with you and this person just now. And I can't see faces, but I see two people enjoying each other's company, and I see posts of the same two people, the same three people, all over an Instagram grid. You may become closer with this person or even collaborate with them in some way for fun. Not for work, but because you enjoy and love this thing. I can't believe I got so much from your charms. I do love the charms, but I also want to give you oracle cards, but we are wrapping up, okay? But first, I love to do these self-love oriented fairy oracle cards. I'm going to pull you two of these. They're very special. I love them so very much, just like I love you. And I also want to grab your other oracle deck just so I have it right by me. Here we go. Okay. And the book. The book. Okay. But let's get into your little fairy oracle cards here, okay? They're beautiful. Sometimes people really like these and ask me where they're from. Don't bite. I don't bite. You can ask me if you ever want to know where any of my decks are from. I don't bite. We have travel, movement, exploration. What did I say, Miss Hot Girl? What did I say? Physical glow up too. You wearing your fun skimpy outfits again. Hi, Willow. What did I say? What did I say, Miss Hot Girl? What did I say, Miss Hoe Face? Come on, get up. Here she is. Oh. Okay. She wants to be part of the reading. She's hyping you up. Her name is Willow. She's a Sphinx cat. I'll show her someday, but right now I want to get you your card. So we also have everything works out in your favor. I'm just taking what's off the top. But we have travel, movement, exploration, and everything works out in your favor, okay? So like I said, you don't need to worry about being on the wrong path or anything. Just doing what feels good for you in the moment, because that's how you are going to come back to yourself. And if it's possible, move back into alignment with these friendships you want and everything and the opportunities you want, just because you'll be listening to yourself and you can focus on being whole again on your own. But this hoe face and tending to your needs and all this stuff and everything, and everything works out in your favor. If you are worried you don't have talent in this thing anymore and you're gonna need to brush up on it, no, you still know what you're doing when you do it. Some of you might be Cancers or Libras or Tauruses here. I think of with the moonflowers and Venus, things like that. But yeah, I definitely think if you were unsatisfied in any way, now is the time. Go to your music festivals and like your live music, and like dress so you feel hot. Be safe, but like do things for the plot and have fun. There is a really, really fun part of your personality, a really, really spontaneous part of your personality that's going to resurface if you focus on yourself and your enjoyment and your fulfillment, okay? Like, you're coming back, because you might be like, oh, I lost this, I lost this. No, you didn't. It's like buried in there because you slipped into codependency for a little bit, diva, but it happens to the best of us, and choosing to learn through it is when you meet yourself, because we always fall into that for a reason. You're meeting yourself again, diva. But like with the moon here so much, I just think of Cancer, Libra, Taurus. And you may just be a soft girl. You may just be a softie, okay? But there's just something here about you reconnecting with yourself, your hoe phase, your hot girl era, okay? But this actually feels like a very positive reading. You're on the up, okay? Just continue to choose yourself and what fulfills you, makes you feel happy, this hobby, whatever this is, and doing things outside of a system. It's also okay if you have rage towards a system and like annoyance for being like, hey, like this was terrible, all this stuff. I will say, like, it's okay to be aggravated that like your creativity might have been stifled, but I will say it did teach you something, and it did elevate you, and it did propel you forward in something. So honor the experience and the time you had with it, but absolutely like focus on like your own creativity and be like, this is so much more freeing. I was stuck there for so long and I was so attached to it and everything, but like now I'm angry because this is happening, and like my creativity was limited. It worked for you for a time, and it gave you experience and it propelled you forward. So like you gained something from it, but it's okay for our emotions to be nuanced and fluid and feel through every perspective. I just hope you know, like, you have an opportunity to turn everything you've been through into fuel and turn it into like tools for self-discovery for yourself, especially with the hoe phase and everything. I love you so very much. Last card I want to pull for you is a crystal card. And part of what I've always done for like those forecasts I've always done for myself is pull the crystal. And you can be a crystal girly, you don't have to be. Like I said, I think like rose quartz would work amazing for you right now. I'm gonna put this somewhere else. Right there. But I am going to pull you a crystal card. Last time I did this for myself, I got pyrite. I studied up on it. It really resonated with me, and I carried it in my wristlet for a while, in my bag, and it actually really helped me move through that energy I had picked up and experienced within the last couple months and everything. So I hope this can help you. It's not something you have to purchase and work with, because it's really just going to add detail to our reading. But I am formatting it around as like what crystal would be beneficial to you this spring within this time, moving into the warmer seasons, okay? But let's see together. You and me are together. This is girl talk, okay? These are a little big, so I've been shuffling them off camera, so just give me a second. Oh, this one really wants to come out for you. Wow, I actually got 2 for you. You are the only pile to get 2 of these. So we have morganite and sunstone, and it doesn't have to be raw morganite. I know a lot of times it's easier to find crystals that are polished and tumbled. They're also a lot more inexpensive and work just as well. So let's see here. Raw morganite a lot of times is living from our heart, but not from anxieties or like things that made our past difficult, because that can live in our heart. But moving from the past and making your decisions from referencing the past keeps you stuck living as a past version of yourself. And sunstone is about presence and like being aligned with our heart. It's also about chasing that D and everything, and all that stuff. It's a very spicy one, and it's also about like enthusiasm and like doing things for the plot. Kind of, you're in a very do it for the plot time in your life. But I really, really like it. These are two to pick up if you're feeling drawn towards them. Or like if you like crystals, but they both vibrate very, very highly. I also think some of you could be Leos just off of getting these. She also has very big hair on this card that always makes me think of Leo. But considering I pulled two, I really am going to focus on reading the guidebook to you. So we have, I know that morganite is beautiful and it is a heart chakra one, and good heart healer. Sensitivity, gentleness, empathy, compassion, the gift of vulnerability, and self-forgiveness. No matter how hard the rock, over time, water can alter it, making a path where there was none before. The appearance of this crystal is a sign that this is a time for you to embrace your sensitivity and gentleness. Exactly, a softer heart, not one where like your decisions are driven by like grief or anything. There is no need to be forceful when you can simply be open to what you are entitled to receive. Allow yourself to be vulnerable as this crystal spirit appears in raw, unpolished form, finding strength in knowing that you do not have to engage in battles that serve no one. You are able to handle whatever dramas are in front of you right now. Your exquisite sensitivity will serve you well, for it allows you to see things as they are. The conscious universe will be gentle with you, and raw morganite spirit is here to let you know that you are not alone and you have a solid foundation beneath you. You express your gifts of empathy and compassion. You are stronger than you know. Morganite is a gentle, heart-cleansing stone that is valuable when we wish to release old patterns, wounds, and blockages that are obstacles to loving relationship with ourselves and others. Meditation with this stone allows connection to divine love, which eases fear of vulnerability and allows us to be open to receiving love from others and from spirit. Maybe you need some courage to work on yourself and know that you are going to catch yourself. I do want to tell you, like, deep change is not made by being mean to ourselves. It is talking to ourselves gently like you would a child or the younger version of you, and being curious about why we're in the situation we're in, or being curious about the behavior we have instead of punishing and mean and accusatory and saying, you screwed this up because you have this. That is not how change is made, because it just makes us feel bad. It lowers our self-esteem. It's counterproductive. We make it by being curious and saying, I wonder why I do this. Wait, maybe it's this experience I had where I was disempowered. Oh, I'm acting from this and it's hurting me. And just looking at it enough and becoming conscious of it and working through it. But there's a need here to be gentle with yourself and explore more than you point or analyze right now. This is a time to explore, not point or analyze or be mean to yourself. This is a time to explore what's going on with you, okay? And then with Sunstone, but yes, baby yourself if you have to. Sunstone will be fun. Freedom, breaking through obstacles, the power to overcome limitations, knowing you can do it. Any of us can become so used to being restricted that when we have the potential to move beyond limitations, we stare in disbelief at the open door of the cage that has held us in captivity for far too long. Girl, what do you need they didn't give you? Have you succumbed to the illusion of scarcity consciousness, inaccurately seeing yourself as stuck in old patterns, telling yourself that the situation is the same as it's always been when in truth it has begun to shift? Sunstone Spirit's message is that the door really is open and opportunities await you as you claim your freedom. Loyalty is like not sticking around when something is over and being like, okay, do you miss not having your needs met, girl? Do you miss not having your needs met? You don't need to stay there, girl. Get in your hoe phase. Get out there. Sunstone, you have the power to break through barriers. The parameters of your life are not what you thought they were. So much more is available to you than you imagine. Just because something gave you security does not mean it was good and a good fit for you, by the way. So believe in your freedom, spread your wings, and fly. You can do it, for Sunstone Spirit is here to strengthen your resolve to leave that cage far behind as you drink in the pleasure of being free and ready to live in a new way. You can choose from an array of opportunities the conscious universe has made available to you, so let go and be liberated. The conscious universe will help you avoid pitfalls and wrong turns that will wind you back around to the same old, same old. Simply enjoy the shift. Now is your time to experience the thrill of exhilarating freedom. What I can use to summarize this reading is it's time for hot girl spring and hot girl summer, okay? It's time for hot girl spring and hot girl healing summer, okay? I love you so, so, so very much. Pouring time into what you love and what makes you feel good is going to be what's healing for you. Thank you again so, so, so much for taking out time for yourself here and spending time with me, investing in yourself, because it's the best investment you can make. I will always be here on my Barbie core psychic corner, self-love centric corner of the internet. I love you so, so, so very much. This is always a safe place to land. Subscribe to me. I always make self-love related readings that are for you. I adore you. Thank you for being here with me, beautiful pile number 3. Take care, and I love you so very much. My name is Courtney. Bye, gorgeous super angel. Hot girl spring. I love you. Bye.